program director of the Proculther project. This EU-funded initiative that we will discuss is organizing this 2 days workshop to test and challenge also the outcomes of our initiatives of protecting cultural heritage at risk of disaster. It's a pleasure today to have so many people who enrolled in this workshop from all over the world. We have received great interest from Latin America, US, India, and many other parts of our world. And we will have 2 days of discussion over the topic of protecting cultural heritage at risk of disaster. Now I would like to pass the floor to the head of the Italian Civil Protection Department, Mr. Fabrizio Curcio, for his welcoming speech.
Thank you, Giovanni. Dear colleagues, partners, ladies and gentlemen, let's say that it's a pleasure for me to open today this international workshop that, as Giovanni said, is concerning the technical and operational capacities for the protection of the cultural heritage and the definition at the European level. First of all, I would like to thank everybody, every one of you that decided to take part of this event. I'm really happy today to see around this virtual table so many relevant institutions that for us it's already a clear sign of the great interest that all of us have on the protection of the cultural heritage in case of disaster. As you know, the resilience capacity of our communities are certainly linked to the protection of the tangible and intangible cultural heritage. And this is connected with our identity, with the evolution and the resilience of our society. And that's why the cultural heritage is vital for the social cohesion and for the development. And for this reason, protecting cultural heritage is also about protecting the life and the dignity of the communities when a disaster occurs. In particular, in Italy, as you know, the cultural heritage is part of our DNA. Just think about cities like Rome, Florence, Venice, but our cultural heritage is very widespread through all the national territory. And we know all that our communities are strictly connected with the part of the cultural heritage that is also connected with the religious part after a disaster. And this is very important also for us. So, since the Arno flood of 1966, Italy is dedicating efforts and resources to improve the national and the local capacities to protect the cultural heritage that is damaged after disaster. That's why we in Italy have improved and integrated a system in which different institutions cooperate to face that. Like the fire brigades, the Carabinieri of Cultural Heritage Protection Unit, the Army, the scientific, academic, the resource centers, specialized volunteers in the Civil Protection Authority. And that's why the Italian Civil Protection Department is promoting and coordinating the second project in this field. ProMed is co-financed by the DG ECO and is implemented by a consortium led by the DPC, our department, in partnership with the Civil Protection Authority of Cyprus, Israel, Jordan, and Palestine. And this was a first step to increase the Mediterranean expertise to protect and safeguard cultural heritage in case of disaster. So the Procultural project that is always financed by the DG ECO has brought together experiences of Italy, France, Spain, Turkey, so many countries invested in that, and identified the key elements of a European methodology to address the protection of the cultural heritage during the emergencies. So we are here today to contribute to the definition of these elements. Our task is to reinforce the technical and operational capacities for the protection of the cultural heritage after a disaster. So our main objective is to include the cultural heritage protection within the entire disaster risk management cycle. So we want to guarantee the effective, coordinated, and sustainable operations in case of disaster. In particular, through the Procultural project, we want to support and complement the efforts made by the European Union to strengthen cooperation between the EU member states that participate in the field of civil protection. So, as usual, as we do in other projects with the DG ECO, we want to work together. We want to work on the common standards. We want to build teams that are able to work together in interchange way when a disaster occurs. And I really hope, but I'm sure that this international workshop will help us to put together another brick on the wall of the sectoral cooperation among disaster risk manager and all the actors that are concerned with the cultural heritage. This is another important way to reduce the vulnerability of our communities, and so we can face the risk of disaster also under this special sector for us. So thank you so much. Have a good meeting, and thank you for your participating. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curcio. As you said, this project, Proculther, is the follow-up of the ProMede project that was implemented previously. Both projects have been funded by the DG ECO, European Civil Protection and Humanitarian Operations Directorate of the European Commission. In this Proculther project, which is organizing this meeting today, as you said, Italy is coordinating, our department is coordinating a group of countries and institutions like the Civil Protection of Turkey, of the Civil Protection Authority of France, the Junta of Castilla y León from Spain, and the ICROM, the International Center for the Protection of Cultural Property, and Villa Montesca institution that are all partners of this consortium. As also Mr. Curcio said, this is a project that aimed at covering the gap that sometimes is existing between the community of disaster managers, and our department is the coordinating body of the civil protection system of Italy, and the cultural heritage community, which not in all countries, not always work in a coordinated manner. And for me, it's a great pleasure to invite, to say a few words of welcome to Dr. Marica Mercalli, who is the Director General of the General Directorate for Cultural Heritage Security of the Ministry of Culture of Italy. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. De Siervo. It is an honor for me to participate in the first section of the workshop defining European technical and operational capacities for the protection of cultural heritage at risk of disaster, and to bring greetings from the Italian Ministry of Culture to all participants. The general direction of the safety of cultural heritage, created a year ago by the explicit will of the Minister of Culture, Dario Franceschini, has among its aims that of planning and implementing preventive actions for the protection of cultural heritage and actions that allow to manage in the most effective and coordinated way the emergency phases resulting from the occur of calamitous events, earthquakes, floods, landslides, volcanic eruptions, all events that unfortunately affect a large part of the Italian territory and put our cultural heritage at a high risk of conservation. The Italian Ministry of Culture, following very significant seismic events, such as the one that struck Umbria in 1979, Valnerinaria, and in 1997, Assisi, L'Aquila in Abruzzo 2009, and Emilia-Romagna in 2012, until to the 2016 earthquake in central Italy, developed an organization to cope with emergency operations, essentially based on a central coordination of regional operational centers, in close connection with the civil protection, the Corps of Firefighters, the Carabinieri of Cultural Heritage Protection Unit. This model, characterized by a strong synergy, has made it possible to carry out inspections in the areas affected by the earthquake with teams of technicians capable of immediately assessing the extent of the damage and then providing for the first operations to make the real estate and movable assets of cultural heritage safe. They were transferred to safety deposits where the first restoration works were started. The need to share these experiences and to be able to build together a model of European solidarity capable of operating through the development of a common methodology and procedures is strongly felt. Being able to count on the European Union civil protection mechanism to join forces can prove decisive in an emergency. The Ministry of Culture, through the General Directions for the Safety of Cultural Heritage, collaborates with the Italian Civil Protection Department to define detailed operational plans within the Proculther program and confirms our country's intention to be a partner together with other countries, France, Spain, and Turkey, in addition to ICROM and UNESCO, that adhere to the Proculther program. It will be very interesting listening and the speeches of today's section and that of day 9, and learning about the different experiences made in the fields of emergency management. The shared good practice will certainly provide a common knowledge base for risk reduction in the prevention phase and for the best management of operations to be carried out after a calamitous event. Knowledge is always the basis of any protection actions. In this sense, it will also be very useful to compare training models for technicians involved in an emergency. And already happened in Umbria, in the center of Villa Montesca, where important meetings were held between international groups following the 2016 earthquake emergency. I would like to express my congratulations to the Italian Civil Protection for organizing this interesting workshop and to all the project partners for their valuable contribution. And I offer my Best wishes for the excellent success of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mercalli, for your welcoming speech. For all the participants, as you will see during those 2 days meetings, we will have a lot of presentation, both from the civil protection, disaster managers, and cultural heritage specialists, because the key of our project is exactly this one, to find the balance between those two communities. And we are working exactly on that. Now, I would like now to, we will show a short video message from Guru Mesindo Bueno Benito, who is the General Director of Cultural Heritage of the Junta de Castilla y León from Spain. And I would like to stress one element. This international workshop before was foreseen in March 2020. But as you can remember, what happened last year imposed us to postpone it. And we are now organizing this workshop online. And it's a pity for all of us that we didn't manage to have this workshop last year, because it was also supposed to be in Spain. That's the reason why the 2 days workshop of today and Wednesday is organized together with the Junta of de Castilla y León.
Good afternoon, good morning for those who are connecting from South America. I would like to welcome, on behalf of Junta de Castilla y León, to those who are participating in this workshop. This workshop is for those who are very interested in the protection of cultural heritage. And I would like to especially welcome to those who are the partners of Proculther project. Here in the Directorate of Cultural Heritage in Castilla y León, we work especially and daily on the identification, protection, and restoration of cultural heritage. Why we protect our cultural heritage? It's only because it's our part of our identity. It's a set of knowledge that is important to keep, and it's an opportunity to develop our territory. For this reason, we are very aware of the preservation of this cultural heritage, also on the event of disasters. The disasters can be for different types, natural or anthropic, human-caused disasters. So it is important to prepare preventive approaches. So we are working daily on turning the way we protect and manage cultural heritage, and we are moving into preventive approaches. And in this reason, for that reason, it's important to structure the risk management that can affect to the cultural heritage. We are working on the identification of risk, preventive actions, responsive actions, and also, what is the last time very well known, the resilience strategies to recover in the case of the disaster. For that, we have a specific unit working in this directorate, that is the Cultural Heritage Emergency Unit that was created in 2016, and from that time I have participated in 25 response actions in case of some natural or human-caused disasters. For example, forest fire and floods. And also this unit has a very important role to prepare documentation and recommendation to manage cultural heritage elements in case of disasters or for preventive disasters. So I would like that all of us can have good and profitable meeting in this workshop, and I'm sure we are going to share and debate a lot of ideas that will help a lot of our daily work. Thank you very much. Enjoy.
So this was the welcome from the Junta of Castilla y León. And now I would like to continue with the presentation of the different partners of our consortium. And there will be a video message from Frédéric Clovet, the Deputy Director of International Affairs of the National Sécurité Civile of France.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the General Director for the French Civil Protection Directorate, it is a great privilege for me to deliver a few words to you all at this seminar. As the global health crisis has shown us, people were very frustrated when they couldn't pay a visit to cultural venues during lockdown. Indeed, culture is a backbone for our civilizations, and especially here in Europe, which has such a long history and an exceptional and very well preserved cultural heritage. Hence, cultural heritage protection is a link between our countries, becoming more and more important every year. Everyone has a role to perform: public services, private companies, and also non-governmental organizations. Everyone can protect cultural heritage through prevention plans, but also by providing operational means to the safeguarding of works. This common work has begun in 2019. It gathers representatives of culture and civil protection and serves to strengthen our operational capacities. A new stage will be achieved for Europe and our external partners thanks to this program. France fully supports this seminar and this project, and we warmly thank Italy as well as all the associated countries for their involvement. I am convinced that it will be a great success thanks to all of you, and I wish you all a good conference. A good conference.
Okay. We continue our presentation of the representative from our partners. As you can see, this project is exactly building on the experience of countries such as Italy, France, and Turkey. And now we will have a short, Spain, of course, and Turkey. Now we will have a short video from Ansa Tazdelin, who is the acting head of the Civil Protection of Turkey, HAFAD.
Distinguished representatives of the Proculther project, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As the head of HAFAD, Turkey's Disaster Management Authority, and a member of Project Consortium, I respectfully greet you on behalf of myself and my institution, and would like to express my pleasure to address you through the defining your European technical and operational capacities for the protection of cultural heritage at risk of disaster workshop. I believe that our workshop will fill important gaps in the protection of cultural heritage from disasters and will reveal concrete outputs for the Union of Civil Protection Mechanism countries and other attendee countries. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all aware that our world is living in an era where the effects of natural and man-made disasters increase. Hazards and risks such as rapid and irregular urbanization and industrialization, population growth, climate change, and infectious disease pose a threat to societies living in a safe environment. These hazards and risks not only threaten our societies, but also our cultural heritage as roots that tell the common past of our societies, reveal its historical background, and have meaning not only for the society, on which it is located and for future generations, but also all humanity. It can be said that the most important value that cannot be replaced after the life of living in terms of disasters, losses, is cultural heritage. As Turkey and AFAD, we try to look at disaster risk management studies from this perspective. As a country that is a party to international agreements regulating the protection of cultural heritage and is aware of its obligations arising from these agreements and has reflected these obligations in its domestic law. We include measures to reduce disaster risks in the regulations and plans regarding the management of cultural heritage sites. On the other hand, in the light of international disaster risk management documents, especially the Sendai framework, we maintain our perspective on protecting cultural heritage in our plans at every stage of disaster risk management. We did work and working together with the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, relevant public institutions, and civil society, both in the preparation and implementation phases of the Turkey Disaster Response Plan for the protection of cultural heritage. In our local level risk reduction plans, which will be completed in our 81 provinces by the end of 2021, we determine what needs to be done for the protection of cultural heritage in the form of actions and put them into practice. However, due to the borderless effects of disasters, it is important for countries to increase their cooperation in various ways and to define all procedures, standards at the international level to increase resilience. We have much to learn from each other. In this context, the work can be carried out within the scope of the European Union Civil Protection Mechanism, of which our country is a member, is critical for our countries, Europe and the world. These studies will be carried out and the documents will be prepared within the scope of Proculther project, will also contribute significantly to both increasing the resilience of our countries, Europe and the world, to disasters and protecting cultural heritage elements from the destructive effects of disasters. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this online workshop organized for this purpose will be beneficial to all participants. And I would like to thank all participants and the project members who contributed to the organization of the workshop. In concluding my words, I would like to underline that, as I emphasized at the beginning, we will work not only for our societies, but for all humanity, considering that cultural heritage is meaningful for all. Thank you.
Now we continue with our tour de table, and I will pass the floor to Fabrizio Boldrini, the Director General of Fondazione Centro Studi Villa Montesca.
Thank you, Giovanni, and in particular, thank you for having invited our organization, Villa Montesca Foundation, to join this project and to benefit of its results. And the congratulations for the effort, all the partnership, and in particular the coordinator is making for organizing this event in this virtual version, even though we will be very happy in the future to have the opportunity to share a situation in presence. And as you know, the partnership knows Villa Montesca Foundation played a role of a financial and administrative support in this project, even though we are very interested in the results, because Villa Montesca is the place where Maria Montessori experimented and wrote her quite known method of education of the children. And in the idea of Maria Montessori, it was really important, not just education itself, but also the environment where the education is run. And the environment means to have a material and immaterial cultural heritage at the disposal of the future generation. And so I think that this idea to live in a place where the cultural heritage, material and immaterial, is protected and all the risks are under control because projects like Proculther are able to define technical and operational capacity for the protection of the cultural heritage. I think is fundamental. We work also in particular for the future generation for keeping what we have received from the previous generation. So thank you very much again and congratulations for these two very, very good days of talks and exchanges.
Thank you, Fabrizio. And now we conclude, our tour de table is concluded. We would have, it was foreseen also a welcome address by Mr. Weber-Ndoro, the Director General of ICROM, but unfortunately, due to other commitments, he could not be with us today. However, ICROM was an important partner of all our projects. Now, after this first tour de table, we can start going into the contents, the detailed contents of this workshop. We will start with one session, the session Protecting Cultural Heritage at Risk of Disaster, a European and international overview. In this session, we will present on one hand the European Civil Protection Mechanism, which is the framework under which this project is funded by the European Commission. And then we will have the opportunity to listen from UNESCO on their position of the protection of cultural heritage at risk of disaster. And at the end of this session, we will go into the detail of the project itself, and we will share with all the participants the status of the art of our initiative. So now it is a pleasure for me to pass the floor to Leonor Nieto, from Director General ECHO of the European Commission. Ms. Nieto, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Curzio, for having organized this workshop here today. It is indeed a pity that we have to have it in virtual mode due to the current pandemic, but at least we are having this workshop. Technology has made it possible to gather all around this virtual space, and I'm pretty sure that this workshop will be very, very interesting and useful. My thanks also to the previous speakers and to all the members of the consortium of this Proculther project. So from my side, first of all, I would like to apologize on behalf of my director, Ilka Salmi. He was supposed to be with us here today, but due to an unforeseen event, he has to replace our director general at another event, which is taking place at the same time. So he has asked me to replace him. I'll try to do my best. As previous speakers have mentioned, the world is regularly hit, but not by natural, and also human-induced disasters. These disasters are likely to grow in frequency and intensity, in particular due to climate change. Disasters will continue to hit populations, citizens, but cultural heritage will not and is not spared. Recent events like those mentioned by Ms. Marchelli in her intervention, but also, for example, the flooding of 2019 of the city of Venice, the recent earthquakes also in Croatia have brought a lot of attention to cultural heritage in natural disasters. However, as the representative of La Junta de Castilla y León also mentioned, human-induced disasters also affect cultural heritage. And for example, the fire of la Cathédrale de Notre-Dame de Paris is a stark reminder of that as well. So back in 2001, at the level of the European Union, the EU Civil Protection Mechanism was established. This mechanism is a solidarity mechanism whose main aim is to strengthen cooperation between EU member states, but also participating states, in order to strengthen cooperation to improve prevention, preparedness, and response to disasters. Whenever a country is hit by a disaster and is overwhelmed, its national capacities are overwhelmed, they can always call upon the EU CPM for assistance. In accordance with the legislation of the EU CPM, the mechanism shall cover primarily people, but also the environment and property, and within property, of course, cultural heritage. Ever since the mechanism was created, different events have gathered and brought attention to the importance of preserving and protecting cultural heritage from disasters. In 2017, for example, as part of a UCPM response mission, a team of 5 experts was deployed to Mexico to assess damages to cultural heritage after the severe earthquake that struck the country. Ever since, work has really continued, and we have since integrated cultural heritage elements in floods and earthquake scenarios of 2 types of module exercises. Also, in 2020, the Council adopted Council conclusions on risk management in the area of cultural heritage. Part of these conclusions refer to the intention to produce an EU handbook on risk management in the area of cultural heritage. In parallel also, the report on gaps and cost of response capacities for the Union Civil Protection Mechanism mentioned the possible need to define a module, type of experts of other response capacities to protect cultural heritage in the case of disasters. Only very recently, a couple of months ago, the capacity expert group that reviews all potential new capacities for the UCPN mechanism approved and shortlisted cultural heritage as one of our future capacities. At the same time, as it has been mentioned, the European Commission has tried to promote research in the area of cultural heritage and disasters through the funding of several projects, including the Proculther project that we're going to be discussing here today. Today's workshop is thus another step forward in this long journey to better integrate the protection and preservation of cultural heritage in all the phases of disaster risk management, of the disaster risk management crisis, from prevention to preparedness and response activities. Putting here together the 2 communities, civil protection and cultural heritage experts, is really a very much welcome approach. I really look forward to the outcome of this workshop, and we will explore the findings of the workshop and how to best make use of them in future work. Thank you very much for your engagement. I wish you all a very fruitful event, and we look very much forward to reading the conclusions of the workshop, as I said, to continue work to better protect cultural heritage in the face of disasters. Good afternoon to all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nieto. As you said, the Union Civil Protection Mechanism is exactly a mechanism, a tool, a way to facilitate the support of from the different European countries to an affected country that might need support. And it started from the traditional disaster management activities, such as, for example, the fire brigade after for search and rescue activities, or this kind of cooperation. And little by little, it has developed, incorporating new sectors such as cultural heritage. And we do hope at the end of our project really to be able to define the standard procedures and rules for the use of resources in cultural heritage for common, shared procedures for for a standard deployment of teams of cultural heritage and disaster managers specialists at the European level. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to ask to Ms. Costanza Fidelbo from UNESCO to share with us the action for culture, UNESCO's action for culture in emergencies. The floor is yours.
Yes, many thanks. And first of all, while I share my screen, let me thank the Italian Civil Protection and all the Proculther partners as for the organization of this very interesting meeting that I'm afraid, and I apologize in advance, I won't be able to follow in its entirety. The agenda is quite packed. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Many thanks. Okay. So I apologize in advance, but really, again, many thanks for inviting UNESCO, and also many thanks for organizing it, because from this very, let's say, first insight, also I'm happy to, let's say, follow up to the intervention from the colleague from the European Union, as UNESCO and the European Union work a lot and have several joint projects on the protection of cultural heritage in emergency situations, in disaster risk situation, etc. So I think this is, let's say, this brief presentation might be quite relevant to the overall discussion today, or at least I hope so. So let's start. My name is Costanza Fidelbo. I'm Associate Project Officer at the UNESCO Regional Bureau for Science and Culture in Europe, which is based in Venice. So we focus mostly on just briefly, on the Western Balkans, especially, and the Mediterranean basin. But we do have also activities overall Europe. And this presentation will be mostly on what UNESCO does for protecting culture in situations of emergencies. So why, let's say, we decided to, sorry, but I cannot change the slide right now. Sure. Okay, fine. So the reason why, instead of focusing only on disasters, I decided to, let's say, introduce UNESCO's actions in situations of emergency more broadly, is because UNESCO has adopted a comprehensive approach towards the protection of culture in both armed conflicts and in situations of natural or human-induced hazards. And this is testified by the definition that UNESCO gives of emergency, which is a situation of imminent threat resulting from natural or human-induced hazard, including armed conflict, in which a member state finds itself unable to overcome the severe consequences of the situation on the protection, promotion, and transmission of heritage, or on efforts to foster creativity and protect the diversity of cultural expressions, and where immediate action is required. So basically, there is a situation of threat, there are some risks. The situation might be caused by both disasters or human-induced hazards, here included an armed conflict. So there is a need for the organization to support the capacity of member states to protect, promote, and transmit, or keep protecting, promoting, and transmitting heritage, but also fostering creativity and protecting the diversity of cultural expressions. We will see in a couple of minutes how UNESCO's approach to the protection of culture in emergencies, let's say, goes beyond the built dimension of heritage, encompassing also the intangible dimension of heritage. So cultural in all its, let's say, different expressions. Let's say that UNESCO's action can be, is based upon three main axes. On the one hand, we have policy, so policy setting. Of course, we will refer to documents which have been approved by UNESCO's governing bodies, and that have been developed by UNESCO Secretariat to make these, let's say, guiding principles operational. Then our focus will be on the coordination, let's say, entities that have been set up within UNESCO in order to follow up and implement the emergency preparedness and response program. And last but not least, the funding mechanism that UNESCO has set up specifically for culture in emergency situations. So very briefly, in 2015, the UNESCO General Conference adopted what the strategy, the so-called strategy, which is basically a strategy aimed at reinforcing the action of the organization for protecting culture and promoting cultural pluralism in the event of armed conflict. So basically, at the very first stage, the member states decided to focus on situation of armed conflicts due to the increasing attacks, deliberate attacks that were targeting cultural heritage worldwide, especially in the Middle East and in, other countries where terrorist attacks were increasing and increasingly targeting specifically culture. 2 years later, after this strategy was broadly, let's say, discussed and adopted and agreed upon, let's say the need to extend the strategy also to other kind of situations was envisaged, and this is why 2 years later the addendum to the strategy was adopted, basically expanding the same priorities and the same measures and actions foreseen for armed conflicts also to emergencies associated with disasters, so natural disasters. By the way, this was an initiative led by Italy among the other member states. So I think this is just a detail, but considering that now is a, let's say, is a broadly sustained document and approach, but the interest and the importance that Italy had in leading this process, I think, is very relevant to our discussion today. So what were and what are the objectives of the strategy? The two of the strategy and of the addendum, the two build on the 6 UNESCO cultural conventions, and here again this means that we span from built heritage, movable and immovable, to intangible cultural heritage, to contemporary creative expression. So it's not limited to the protection of physical and built heritage. And they have basically two main objectives. On the one hand, strengthening member states' ability to prevent, mitigate, and recover the loss of cultural heritage and diversity as a result of an emergency situation. And on the other, incorporating the protection of culture into humanitarian action, security strategies, and peace-building processes. Of course, here we talking about disaster, humanitarian actions and security strategies might be more relevant, but let's say all this, the overall rationale is trying to define an approach which is worthy for both armed conflict and natural disasters, emergency situations. Upon further implementation of the strategy and of the addendum, an action plan was adopted, let's say setting the guidelines for the implementation of the main priorities agreed in those policy documents. And let's say the further step, which is again underlining what I was mentioning before regarding the broad approach to culture of these emergency guidelines, is testified by the fact that in 2019, the Intergovernmental Committee for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage, so basically the committee of the 2003 Convention on Intangible Cultural Heritage, adopted some specific principles for the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage in emergencies. So basically, the principles already underlying the strategy and the addendum were redefined and let's say, thought in order to meet the needs of the protection of ICH. So they are, let's say, guided by a strong community-based needs and identification perspectives, and recognize, of course, the dual nature of intangible cultural heritage as both, let's say, victim of disasters, but also as a powerful tool for resilience, reconciliation, and recovery. Overall, strengthening peace, security, and resilience are basically the main objectives towards which all these actions, all UNESCO's actions for protecting cultural emergencies are geared towards. In terms of coordination, the so-called Cultural and Emergencies Entity, which is located within the cultural sector of UNESCO at HQ in Paris, encompasses 4 sections. You can see them here. The one I would like you to focus a bit your attention on is the Emergency Preparedness and Response Unit, because this unit is not only the Secretariat of the Heritage Emergency Fund. We will see just after this slide what the fund is about, but it's also the entity within UNESCO which is responsible for the coordination of the program for emergency preparedness and response, including, again, the rapid response mechanism. We will see this very soon. So what is the Heritage Emergency Fund? Basically, it's a fund which was firstly established in 2015. So it's now almost 6 years 5-6 years that it's ongoing. And basically, it was thought and established in order to meet, let's say, a gap, which was between the very first week, let's say, the very happening occurrence of a disaster and the time when funds are mobilized and planning is done in order to intervene on the ground. There are some days, which might be just days, might be weeks, in which no one is able to intervene. The idea of the Heritage Emergency Fund is to be rapid, basically, to be able to respond in a flexible manner to short-term needs, but in those, for instance, 48 hours, when consolidation actions might really reduce the final loss, the final damages to cultural heritage. So the aim is to be rapid, is to be quick, so quick interventions, being flexible. So sometimes they have as, let's say, the flexibility to fund some projects and some actions which other funds do not have the freedom to, and also doing a cross-cutting work. So not focusing on the single monument, for instance, that has been damaged, but on the overall, let's say, cultural component that has been damaged. Then it's a pooled and unearmarked funding. So this, of course, is part of the rationale of the fund itself. And the idea is that of supporting a better preparedness and more effective response to crisis. What kind of activities does this fund support? As I was mentioning, it, let's say, supports all dimensions of culture. You can see listed here. I did not mention explicitly underwater cultural heritage, but the fund does, let's say, focus and support also this dimension of heritage, also this type of heritage. But overall, the activities that the funds support are related to emergency preparedness and emergency response. Very quickly, what do we mean by saying preparedness? We refer to advocacy campaigns, to capacity building activities, research and studies, development of emergency plans. So everything that comes before, basically, the occurrence of the disaster or of the emergency. Advisory missions, awareness raising campaigns, so on and so forward. Well, when we refer to response, we refer, of course, to the moment in which just after the humanitarian actors have arrived and have done the first, let's say, actions towards, of course, the security of people. UNESCO is then ready to send needs assessment missions to understand what is the state of the art of the cultural sector, so of the built heritage, but not only, depending on the urgency caused by the emergency itself. So urgent interventions on the ground, documentation and monitoring, which is done very often through the use of, for instance, drones when, for instance, the area is not accessible because the emergency is still ongoing. and also by deploying temporary staff, so by providing support, financial support for hiring temporary staff, which is needed to more effectively respond to emergencies. Last but not least, UNESCO has set up a rapid response mechanism, so basically a roster of experts belonging to 3 generic profiles of course, all related to cultural-related, let's say, expertise. This was done in the framework of a project funded by the European Union, as well as not only the selection of the experts, but also the development of e-learning modules for, let's say, capacity building for these roster members, and also, let's say, the creation, the establishment of protocols for rapid deployment, because the important thing, again, is being rapid. So being able to develop, having already identified those people which are experts in that specific field that can be deployed very quickly in order to effectively respond to the ongoing emergency. To conclude, how does the, let's say, financing of a request for funding function within the overall structure of the Heritage Emergency Fund? The request for funding is submitted by a UNESCO field office. So UNESCO has 53 field offices throughout the world. Of course, this is done in close consultation with local authorities, vis-a-vis the specific aspect of the cultural domain, of the cultural sector. Yes, I'm beyond the time, I know. So the Emergency Preparedness and Response Unit then goes and accepts the request, but the final decision is up to the Assistant Director General for Culture. This is just graphically what is the coverage of the actions implemented within the chapeau of the Heritage Emergency Fund. So I stop here because I know that I've gone well beyond my allocated time, and sorry for this. I will stop sharing my screen. I just want to thank once more the organizers for having invited UNESCO, and I apologize once more for not being able to stay with you for the overall time of this webinar, but as UNESCO and as a supporter to, as contributor to Proculther, we will be glad to contribute also at a later stage to the methodology that you will be discussing today and on the 9th. So thank you all, and apologies again for going beyond.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fidelbo. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you, of course, for UNESCO role on this respect. We have listened now what is happening at the global level with the institution, which at the global level, it's in charge of dealing with the cultural heritage protection, with culture in general, and especially now with the cultural heritage protection. Now we will go a bit more on the contents of our project, and we will try to explain and highlight the finding and the challenges of our project. Differently from what we have heard so far, the approach that we had in our project was a very pragmatic and bottom-up approach. We started from what we do in our daily job as disaster managers, of course, together with our colleagues from the Ministry of Culture. And we started from the observation of what was happening in our own countries when there is a disaster. And when there is a disaster, what we know is that we are doing, each of our country, of all the partners of the consortium, are putting a lot of efforts in minimizing, if possible, the effect of the disaster over also the cultural heritage since the first day. Starting from this observation, we decided that maybe at European level, it was time to look for some minimum standard, putting together what are the good practices at developed in our own countries. That this was the basic idea of our project at the beginning. Just 1 second. Okay, while we have, okay, now we have it. Okay, as we said already several times, this project is managed by a consortium composed by the Italian Civil Protection Department, the Sécurité Civile of France, AFAD from Turkey, the Junta of Castilla y León from Spain, and ICROM together also with Villa Montesca Foundation. This consortium has tried to put together the experiences coming from different countries, countries which with a lot of experience in managing major disasters. The approach we had since the beginning was to have as a major focus the large-scale disaster where a country, the country affected, might be overwhelmed by the response. That's why this was how we built, let's say, our consortium at the beginning. And if you look, for example, all our countries have a very high risk profile on several hazards like seismic risk or forest fires or flooding. I would like to thank once more the European Commission and DG ECHO for having given us the possibility to develop this idea. We had in the past, as it was said by the head of the department, Engineer Curcio, the possibility to run another project, the ProMed project, but which was looking outside the EU. It was a project that was covering the Middle East and the Mediterranean, South Mediterranean area. And this was a project that had as a partner Israel, Palestine, and Jordan and Cyprus. And we were really positively surprised to see the interest that cultural heritage protection can have in a country potentially affected by disaster. That's why we have proposed again a proposal for looking for standard operating procedures also on European territories among European countries. The project objective, so as I said rapidly before, starting from the good practices developed at the national level by all partners, we started to try to define a methodology and standard operating procedures that can be applied in protecting cultural heritage at risk of disasters at European level. So one of the other aim was to look for innovative approaches to this topic. And of course, as it was also mentioned by Leonor Nieto, being developed within within the European Civil Protection Mechanism, one of the objectives of this project was to develop what is called in this framework a module. A module, it's a team composed of personnel and equipment, a standard type of team that can be replicated in all countries of the European Civil Protection Mechanism with the same standard methodology, people trained and ready to be deployed and applying similar methodology from all European countries. So we started from the methodology. We went to each of our country has made an effort to capitalize on good practices developed both by the community of disaster managers and the community of cultural heritage protection. So we gather those good practices, organizing at the national level workshops and exchanges of experiences between those two communities, and each country proposed elements for our joint methodology. And now, in this workshop, we will also present to you, not really today, but more on Wednesday, the main findings of our work, to test it also and to improve it as much as possible for the future. This project was due to last 2 years, but due to COVID, it was extended 1 more year. As I said already, this workshop was due to take place in Spain, and now we have to organize it 1 year after in virtual mode. So, as I said, just to wrap up, the overall objective of the project was to definition of a common methodology and standard operating procedures at the European level for the protection of our cultural heritage at risk of disaster. In addition, we aim at defining a standard module, so standard team that can be replicated in all European countries to be deployed abroad in case of disasters. I will just speed up to be able to finalize my presentation. One of the actions that we are foreseeing now that we are, let's say, toward the end of our project is that we have already identified that we have to work on the 2 streams. Each country has to work at the national level or local level by improving the preparedness to respond to disaster at the local level, at the national level. So by working on the governance, working on the management of the emergencies, of course, and strengthening the preparedness by training and with more and more outreach and information, and working on planning and so on and so forth. One key element that we have identified as a gap that we are suggesting to strengthen at the national level is that that's also valid at international level. The need for the 2 communities, disaster management and cultural heritage communities, they have to work closely together in a coordinated manner. At the international level, the finding we have identified are very similar, but as I said, on Wednesday, we will go much more into the details. So we have identified the need for strong synergies between the 2 communities I mentioned before. We have identified a strong need to work a lot on preparedness. We have to build a common language, a language which covers the 2, valid for the 2 communities, and for a minimum standard for all language for all European countries. This is something that within our civil protection mechanism we have done already in several other sectors. We are now trying to do it in cultural heritage protection. Now, what we do now? Today and Wednesday, we will test with your collaboration what we have been doing so far, especially if we go into the detail. Today, we will listen from you. We will listen from many other countries and many other institutions, their good practices. And from our project point of view, we will listen, we will try to incorporate as much as possible your suggestions, your lessons learned, to also see if some of them can be incorporated within our methodology. And then on Wednesday, we will go more on challenging what we have done. We will present you the different sector of the methodology we have developed in the last 2 years. And we will try to have a discussion with all the participants to try to see if and how improve this methodology. Just 2 words on this workshop. This project started as a small project, if I may say, at the beginning, but the good sign that we had from this is just shown by the figures I'm showing now with you. Without having too much of our outreach and too much communication, we were just able to have more than 160 participants who enrolled in this workshop today and Wednesday. And these people, these colleagues and people are coming both from inside from the European countries, from the EU neighbors, and also from many other continents in our world. And in addition, we have, of course, the presence of some intergovernmental organizations such as UNESCO that we heard before, and ICROM and the UNDRR as well. So for us, it's a great pleasure to see that we have the feeling that we are on the right track to do something which is useful and interesting for many stakeholders. And if you look for, as I said before, the origin of the participants of today, it's interesting to see the diversity, both from origin, not only geographical origin, but also from professional background of the people that I have enrolled in this project, in this workshop. Just to summarize, one last word on how we will proceed for Wednesday. We have circulated among all the European member states and also other countries some questionnaires that, and we have received so far 20 replies, if I'm not mistaken, that we will serve as a basic for discussion on Wednesday. And I really hope that we will have the possibility to have a fruitful discussion today and Wednesday, and then we'll aim at finalizing our methodology in the fall this year. It was a pleasure to talk to you, and now I believe we do not have too much time for question and answer, but of course you can always write to us and we will try to reply either today or in written to any question that you may have. I will now pass the floor for the second session of this workshop that will speak about existing capacities at European and international level. And I will pass the floor to the colleague from the Italian Ministry of Culture, Dr. Erminia Sciacchitano. The floor is yours.
Thanks. I'm really honored for the opportunity to moderate this session. My name is Erminia Sciacchitano. I work in the Minister's Cabinet in the Ministry of Culture of Italy. And I previously have been working at the European Commission and contributing to the development of EU policy on cultural heritage and the European Year of Cultural Heritage as a scientific advisor. So I can really testify what Mr. De Siervo just said, that Proculther is one of the most concrete and pragmatic projects in the framework of the many actions that have been set up during the European Year of Cultural Heritage to research, develop and disseminate evidence-based and cost-effective strategies and tools to protect cultural heritage against natural disasters and climate change. So the consortium, as we have seen, has produced a first draft document identifying key elements of the European methodology to address the protection of cultural heritage during emergency, building on the lessons learned and best practices, identifying the countries members of the Proculther consortium. And the name of this session is to take the discussion a step forward, bringing together representatives from national heritage institutions and European Commission, and to present extra project case studies, as it was said, to capitalize on existing experience, so as to have more elements for the discussion and the revision of the methodological document. So we have around 1 hour for the discussion, 10 minutes for each presentation, so we are really already late, so I invite all speakers to respect strictly the time. I'm sorry, I will have the sad duty to interrupt you if you go beyond your time. Really sorry in advance. So I will start immediately giving the floor to the first speaker, who I know has a presentation. All the speakers have their presentation. The name is Sanda Milosevic, Independent Supervisor at the Ministry of the Interior of Croatia, Civil Protection Directorate, Sector for Disaster Risk Reduction, Critical Infrastructure and Cultural Heritage Department, and has more than 15 years of professional experience in the protection of cultural heritage in practice and in documentary sense. Mrs. Sanda Milosevic, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Erminia, for the introduction. I hope you can hear me well. Everything okay? Yes. So I greet you all. It's really a pleasure to be here today. I'm sure that we will exchange some good experiences. I especially thank the organizers of the workshop and send my support because I know how much work is behind such event. So as Erminia said, my name is Sanda Milošević and I work in the Civil Protection Directorate in Croatia. So now I'm going to share my screen. Is it on? Yes, I can see it. I hope you can all see it. Yes. Okay, so during 2019, the Civil Protection Directorate was incorporated in the Ministry of the Interior of the Republic of Croatia. Critical Infrastructure and Cultural Heritage Unit operates within the disaster risk reduction sector. I started working at Civil Protection Directorate a little over a year ago, after 15 years of working as a conservator art historian, and very often I'm asked to describe my job in this ministry because it is considered unusual. Very often I simplify this description to just one word, and that is the translator. My position is to provide an understandable common language for all the participants. Because of my work experience, I understand the terminology, needs and attention around cultural heritage, and on the other hand, I understand what kind of help my colleagues today can provide and how to present the matter to achieve more efficiency. I was talking to people who had experience protecting cultural heritage 30 years ago during war in this area, and it seems that cross-sectoral cooperation was crucial. Solidarity played an important role, as it did these days after the earthquakes. Back then, it was important to be extremely cautious, to protect people, organize them, find space to place, hide and protect cultural heritage, and all this at a time when even a landline was rarely available. Fortunately, solidarity is present, and it seems like we always find a way to do the necessary activities. So we have to ask ourselves, can it be done better? Can it be done differently, more simply, and with a greater dose of certainty? Of course it can. So I have to mention here that in the last 6 months, there have been a number of conferences and lectures on the topic of cultural heritage protection and the protection of all that we can further strengthen in order to reduce the risk of disasters. This care for cultural heritage and improvement on protecting is always around somewhere, but never in the center of our attention. So I would just like to briefly present the part of the administration that the Civil Protection Directorate creates at the national level. We are creating guidelines for disaster risk assessment, with the help of which risk assessments are made at the local and regional and then at the national level. It is necessary to identify threats, but also to create potential scenarios. Here, through this dashboard, we follow which of the municipalities have submitted their reports that are made in a form of documents. And also it's possible to mark and filter each of the risks for easier consultation. I must mention here that the development of the new disaster risk assessment strategy is near its completion. And the plan after that is to create a new methodology for making risk assessment, as the existing one needs to be upgraded with some more measurable and realistic parameters. Of course, cultural heritage is also included in these assessments. Cross-sectoral cooperation, as it exists in the local, regional, and national level, of course, includes a number of institutions, and in the case of cultural heritage protection, the starting point is the Croatian Ministry of Culture and Media. Employees of each institution bring their specific knowledge that is needed in the field at that time. For example, the Ministry of Culture and Media has a register of cultural goods for immovable and movable cultural heritage in Croatia, by which I mean they have the needed data, as well as their local conservators who know the endangered area well, and in cooperation with the Civil Protection Directorate and their operational forces, act in the field as needed. For those who may not know, Croatia was hit by 2 major earthquakes in 2020, in March and in December, and a series of smaller ones that are still ongoing. The first earthquake was in Zagreb and Zagreb County, and the one in December in the Sisak-Moslavina County. On the next few slides, I want to show the action on the ground after the earthquake. Employees of all the institutions listed here went to the field after the earthquake and carried out records of the condition and evacuation of movable cultural heritage. So here you can see a cathedral in Zagreb. Bell tower fell off the cathedral, and after the earthquake, here on this slide you can see the picture on the right, exactly the place of the hit to the scaffolding. So the second bell tower had to be removed because it's a deviation during the earthquake. So for this action of lowering the bell tower, apart from the chief builder of the current restoration and the police, the biggest responsibility for lowering the bell tower laid on firefighters and miners. Oh, it went up front, okay. In the Sisak-Moslavina County, a lot of private houses and also many sacred buildings were destroyed, so large number of bell towers are posing a serious threat. For example, at the cathedral in Sisak, with the help of firefighters, the roof of the bell tower was removed, so the bells could be removed. And this is just one of the many examples from this area, the ones with the problem with the bell tower. So here we see some examples of the evacuation of movable cultural heritage in which our colleagues from Italy offered to help. So in defining the current situation in Croatia, what is currently functioning and going according to plan is local, regional and national cooperation. Cross-sectoral cooperation has always worked well, but it should be defined by some stronger ties. Although as soon as the other activities from this list begin to materialize, cross-sectoral cooperation will consequently be strengthened. Database management may be our weakest thing at the moment, but the projects in which we participate are encouraging. For example, together with the Ministry of Culture and Media, we participate in one of them. It is connected to Sava River Basin, which will in short together with our partners, give us as a result a layer for the database used by the operational center as a warning or an early alarm. The plan is to incorporate data of cultural heritage in the area together with other data. So in cooperation with the Ministry of Culture and Media, a potential problem can be immediately identified and responded to, of course, in a timely manner. And now the group of activities or plans that are easiest to start, but their realization is long-lasting. I believe we have theoretically worked out a lot of this, but it may be time to start applying it in practice. A team of people was present and willing to help in this earthquake situation, but we are aware that we are missing the step on which we have to make the selection of experts who will be continuously educated through exercises and training. They need to strengthen their role, get acquainted with the work tasks of their colleague. We will try to seize this opportunity for building an expert team and education through future projects as well as the ones with the EU. What I did not mention is the legislation in Croatia, but I would like to point out the fact that the protection of cultural heritage is also part of the civil protection law. This law that is being amended at the moment stated the creation of expert teams for various situations as an obligation. And indeed, it seems like we are beginning to turn theory into practice. In the end, with this slide, I want to state that the team of people cooperated very carefully and very concretely in the field, but we are aware of shortcomings of the organization and cooperation. Finally, awareness came the hard way after the earthquake. The Directorate of Civil Protection is a reliable partner and coordinator, and we want to work on taking over good practices from other EU members because we need that gradual and effective work to strengthen our resilience and readiness. All of these benefits are self-evident, so I would like to single one out, and that is about raising awareness, especially at the local level, because it encourages all to be mindful of cultural and any other heritage. That would be all for me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Sandra. Really interesting presentation, full of food for thought, and especially what impressed me is your capacity to really go into this important issue of the consequence of working more in a more integrated constructing approach, which means to have put together different professionals with different backgrounds, and it means different languages and knowledge and the ways to speak and to know each other. And you also, it's not only a matter of the translation, but it is a mediation sometimes.
Yes.
So thanks, and also awareness came the hard way. I think this is.
Yes, it did, unfortunately.
And our motto, maybe, no, our common motto: never build awareness on the hard way. Prevention should be the way.
Yes, prepare ourselves. Often we forget. Yes.
And also big thank to Croatia, because it's thanks to the Croatian presidency that we have the first ever council conclusions on risk management in the area of cultural heritage, which also are helping to push and to progress in this sense at European level.
Yes.
So thanks again.
Thank you.
Then we can pass to the second group of presenters, because now we have three people. So challenging to. I hope you have agreed how to share the time, because you're three people. Christoph Bieberstein is the Kulturgutretter project coordinator for the German Archaeological Institute. And then we have also Nils Jakubelt and Jonas Joost, which are both project managers for the EU-funded project on the international division of the Federal Agency for Technical Relief. So 10 minutes for you to tell more about the Kulturgutretter project. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Very kind of you, kind introduction. I will share this presentation together with my two colleagues from the Federal Agency for Technical Relief, as you said, Jonas Joost and Nils Jakubait, and they already shared our presentation, so I'm in time, and I will start my presentation. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and dear colleagues. We are honored to present to you today a joint project called Kulturgutretter, CAR-GR, an emergency mechanism for cultural heritage in crisis situations. It is currently being developed by the German Archaeological Institute, called DAI, and the Federal Agency for Technical Relief, called THW, together with the Römisch-Germanisches Zentralmuseum in Mainz and other partners in Germany. The project is definitely work in progress, and today we're happy to share with you an insight into our first achievements. As recent examples have painfully reminded us, cultural heritage is particularly vulnerable to disaster, either natural or man-made. This is why, alongside with prevention and risk mitigation, it is necessary to develop dedicated rapid intervention mechanisms that can be deployed in the immediate aftermath of a disaster. Our goal is for Germany to have a mechanism in place that can be quickly deployed worldwide in the event of a disaster to assist in securing, preserving, and salvaging movable and immovable cultural heritage. To meet this goal, CAR-GR, right from the start, brings together the existing German knowledge and expertise from both the heritage sector and from the civil protection sector, as represented by our two institutions. CAR-GR is being designed as a mechanism as we wanted to remain agile and flexible in order to always be operational and in line with the highest international standards. This will be achieved through permanent training and capacity building, as well as through a continuous check and, of course, improvement of processes, instruments, norms, and standards. A unique framework was set for the development and, hopefully, implementation of CAR-GR. As a reminder, there's no national ministry for culture in Germany, as the federal states are in charge of the cultural sector. Therefore, the KGR project brings together 3 ministries through its 3 main partners. The first, DAI, represents the Federal Foreign Office. Then the THW represents the Federal Ministry of the Interior. And the RGZM represents the Federal Ministry for Education and Research. Each partner brings complementary expertise in its field of knowledge and can rely on competences brought together in the German expert network called Archaeological Heritage Network. Our project is supported by the German Parliament and the Federal Foreign Office. As we have mentioned, KGR is designed to be deployed worldwide. International cooperation is part of the DNA of the DAI. It was founded in Rome in 1829 before being attached to the Federal Foreign Office. The DAI has a long history of scientific and cultural collaboration with various countries to study and preserve cultural heritage. Today, it is active on 5 continents in over 350 projects. KGR builds on 2 major initiatives implemented by the DAI in the past few years. First, I already mentioned the Archaeological Heritage Network, short ARCHANET, the first of its kind network bringing together professional associations such as the Association of State Monument Conservators, research institutions such as the DAI and the RGZM, universities, as well as private foundations of the German heritage sector. And then second, Stunde Null, it's translated at the 0 hour, was the first project implemented by the ARCHANET members, which with the support of the German Federal Foreign Office. Its aim was to establish capacities and basic conditions in conflict-affected countries to build upon once the crisis is over. This was done primarily by capacity building and digitization projects in the MENA region. KGR is intended to further develop this work by creating the ability to offer assistance when a crisis is at its highest point. So I would like now to give over to my colleagues from the THW.
Thank you, Christoph. As Christoph already said, me, Jonas Joost, and my colleague Niels Jacobite, who will follow after me, working for the Federal Agency for Technical Relief. The Federal Agency is the Federal Civil Protection Agency in Germany. We are with nearly 98% based on volunteers, so only the rest is main working. We are under the Federal Ministry of the Interior. What we are doing, we are offering technical relief nationally and internationally on request. As you can see also on the picture on the right side, these are 2 pictures from our technical relief after the collapse of the Cologne Historic Archive in 2009, I think. We are implementing a variety of capacity development projects, mostly, or a lot of projects also within the European Union Civil Protection Mechanism. And we are also offering to the UCPM a lot of rescue units, which are modular and therefore composed in a scalable way. For example, user teams or high capacity pumping teams. Now talking about the project itself, the Kulturgutretter project, we have several components which are working all together. These are only the components for the project, so there's nothing about the structure of the module or the team afterwards itself. So working on different components, we'll talk about a few different components in detail afterwards. Just to mention, for example, the minimum standards. So we want to develop minimum standards or also standard operating procedures for the team itself. Remote assessment. We want to evaluate options for remote assessment, for example, via satellite or also UAVs. Talking about a few main components in detail. So logistics, we as THW, as an international working organization, we have a lot of logistic processes ongoing. So we want to integrate the Kulturgutretter team into the THW processes. We want to build up a digital infrastructure and data management for the field use afterwards when the team is built up. We want to make up a pool of experts from the ArcaNet, so from the Archaeological Heritage Network, which is a which is a network from experts from all over Germany. And yeah, also within the project, we want to train the experts and capacities on building measures worldwide. All the equipments we are working on in the project should be modular so that we can scale up the team afterwards on different levels. Here you can see, for example, how we imagine how this whole thing could be in a team afterwards. So we have a big tent with interoperable working tables and benches. All of the parts should be scalable and modular so that you can go out with a team on different levels, and could be embedded in existing infrastructure if there's infrastructure left at a museum, for example, or can also be autonomous. What is the way forward in the project? As Christoph said before, we are it's working on progress. We want to develop, for example, training and exercises for experts itself and also for the whole team afterwards. And which is also very important for us, we want to foster the discussion on EU level to create something like a module, for example, and if it is possible afterwards also transform or certify the Kulturgutretter into an EU module. And now I will give the floor to my colleague Niels.
Good afternoon, everybody, also from my side. I'm very glad to be invited to this workshop here and see also some familiar faces and a lot of new faces. A special thanks goes to Giovanni for inviting us here for our long-lasting relationship. And I have now the honor to show you a brand new, and you will be the first audience to see it, brand new video of a graphic novel, a visualization of basically what you have heard just earlier in the PowerPoint presentation. It will only last 2 minutes, and I will try to synchronize it orally because it's only in German. Jonas, can you see it? Okay, here we go. So you can imagine a usual city somewhere on the world, and during the nighttime an earthquake hits the city, unfortunately, and the destruction is massive all around the city, including also the National Museum. The first rescue teams are obviously also national rescue teams, and also the enormous collections in the museum are tried to collect it. Germany and the national resources are overwhelmed, and international request for assistance is put out, and the first international teams are arriving. Germany has offered the Kulturgutretter, and as soon as they arrived on site, they are together with the locals are assessing the situation and collecting the necessary data to potentially also request further expertise for on-site. Having done the assessment, the work starts with stabilizing the museum as such, as the immobile cultural heritage and the mobile cultural heritage in the museum is rescued, and the first emergency preservation is made. Afterwards, the fully stretched module, future module of the Kulturgutretter, Cultural Heritage Rescue Unit, will be deployed, and in the big tent, the modular already shown tables are attached, and the mobile cultural heritage is preserved and rescued and stored, and all the data is collected. Afterwards, the collection of the big data is handed over to the national and local museum owners. But after the response is before the response, as we all know, and therefore the project will not end with the response phase, but also further go into looking to the processes, developing capacity building measures, and also trainings for on-site locals. And with that, we are done with the presentation and hit the ground with 11 minutes, I guess. Back to you, Emila. Thanks.
It's 1 minute, but you are 3, so I think we can be flexible. as it was interesting to develop the model, with the flexibility, but also the fact that you need at the same time to develop capacity. You mentioned several times training, because we have different expertise, different professionals involved in different areas. Again, a case of a win-win example where two different institutions work together and each has putting these precious treasures at disposal of cultural heritage. And I also think it was also important to stress your last words when they say the project does not stop with emergency phase, but immediately start thinking forward, developing the capacity for the to be prepared for the next time. So thanks again for this interesting presentation. I will immediately pass now the floor to Alberto Basaglia, who's our third speaker, who is currently a postdoc at the University D'Annunzio of Chieti, Pescara, Italy, and he has an extensive knowledge on the engineering, economic, and social aspects of disaster resilience, and is involved in several national and international projects on seismic assessment at the urban scale and the resilience of cultural heritage. So Alberto, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I hope you can hear me well. And I'm pleased to talk to you at this workshop about the effort, or as I call it, the journey that I took with so many wonderful people to integrate heritage in the disaster resilience scorecard. So I believe at this point, it is clear the context we are moving in, and I'm referring to the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction that was adopted by UN member states in 2015, which marked a clear shift from reacting to disasters and mitigate their impact to prevention, so to manage risk. But to manage risk, it is important, it's crucial to have a strong risk governance at both the national and the local level. And to support risk governance, the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction launched in 2010 and now renewed in 2020 the Making City Resilience campaign, which is a unique cross-stakeholder initiative for improving local resilience. And this goal is achieved by providing a three-stage roadmap, knowledge, and especially tools for assessing, monitoring, and reporting the actual level of resilience. And this campaign is huge, with currently more than 4,300 cities which have joined it. And among the main tools provided within the campaign, the disaster resilience scorecard for city is the main one. It comes in two different but similar versions: a preliminary level assessment with 47 questions or indicators, and a detailed level assessment with 117 questions or indicators. As the name implies, they differ based on the complexity of the assessment and the time and data needed to fill the scorecard. Nonetheless, they can be both used to quantify the level of resilience and also as a baseline to plan DRR and resilience strategies. And currently also a public health addendum focusing on public health issues is also available. The scorecards are structured around the so-called 10 essentials developed by UNDRR to follow the provisions of the Sendai framework. The first three essentials deal with governance, and we can refer to them as the foundations. The next 5 essentials deal with the integrated and integrative planning, while the last 2 essentials deal with the response and the recovery phase after a disaster, and we can refer to them as regional approaches. Despite the scorecard being a very powerful tool, we noticed that something was missing, and that something was cultural heritage, because culture or heritage are barely not mentioned at all in the scorecards. They are mentioned twice in the preliminary level assessment and 6 times in the detailed level assessment, while we all know of the vital role that cultural heritage may play in disaster risk management and disaster recovery, and it is testimonied in so many documents. And as we saw also before, UNESCO in 2017 tried to highlight the focus on cultural heritage by putting a lot of effort in trying to prevent, mitigate, and reduce losses on heritage, and most importantly, to embed, to incorporate cultural heritage in DRR and ultimately in the Sendai. So I'm pleased to show you for the very first time ever the Cultural Heritage Addendum, which, as the name implies, is meant to integrate the original scorecard with additional 44 questions and indicators on all the main aspects related to the culture of resilience and resilience of culture, as we like to call it. And I couldn't talk about the addendum without acknowledging the wonderful team that took part in its development. So first and foremost, Joanna Granalso Alcala from UNDRR Regional Office for the Americas and the Caribbean, without whom this work would have never started. And then us, University G. D'Annunzio of Katie Pescara, with me, my colleague Giulia Cocco, who's finishing her PhD, and Professor Giuseppe Brando and Enrico Spaccone. We brought the engineering, because we're all civil engineers, so we brought the engineering side to the table and the academic side to the table. And I can also say we were the most resilient to the continuous effort to developing the tool. Then we have ACOM. ACOM is also responsible for the development of the original scorecard and was represented by Tilu Kiang and Cynthia Benitez. Their proficiency with scorecard development and climate change was essential, especially in the earliest stage of the addendum, to frame the tool. Then a significant contribution was also given by Professor Michael Turner, whose immense knowledge on cultural heritage, social inclusion, and urban sustainability made us all learn a lot. And finally, also Barbara Mingus Garcia from the World Bank and GFDRR, and Professor Nicola Tarque from the Pontifical Catholic University of Peru contributed to the tool. So I'm not going to talk about the addendum, given the limited time, but I will focus on the key issues and the key takeaways we got while developing it. So the first issue we faced was language, and not because we all spoke different language, but because we all came from different backgrounds. So sometimes the same words had a slightly different meaning, and also we all had different perspectives on things. And referring to the addendum itself, it was important that the language of the addendum was as inclusive as possible, and that every question was phrased to be understood by the majority of users. Then, prioritization. We are all aware of the numerous different aspects that cultural heritage may play in resilience and disaster risk reduction, but it was difficult to scale down to the real essentials, no pun intended. Just to let you know, the first draft, the alpha version of the addendum, had 92 questions or indicators, and we felt it was too much. So now it is reduced to 44. And finally, scoring. Every time we came up with a question, we also had to come up with a set of answers and assign to them to a score. And this part is noticeably complex because we have to keep in mind the actual capacity of a city, and we are the judge. So how much good is good enough? And then for the takeaways. First and foremost, we realize that all forms of cultural heritage have to be acknowledged, because sometimes we refer to heritage as only to monuments, so churches, palaces, and others. But also urban areas are included in cultural heritage, and it is mentioned by the UNESCO recommendation on the historic urban landscape. And we also have to include movable heritage, as we saw before, so paintings, sculptures, and others. And last but not least, intangible heritage. A strong focus was put on intangible heritage because tradition, ceremonies, arts, creative works, and skill are what define us as a people and are vital to ensure a social cohesion and the sense of place needed to reduce risk and especially ensure recovery. Then, culture can be an enabler for sustainable development, and we all know that reducing inequalities and achieving environmental and social justice are only some of the goals laid out by the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Then we found out that the best way to preserve and possibly also revitalize a tradition is by integrating it with new ideas and technology. We've all been affected by the Korean pandemic, so a good way to revitalize heritage has been to propose virtual tour to museums, or if we refer to traditional materials such as adobe, we can reinforce it with geomesh to make it able to withstand the seismic action it has to withstand. And then the most important thing we came up with is that everyone should be involved if we want to achieve resilience. So all actors that take part in this process, especially those vulnerable and marginalized ones, must come together and work together to aim at the same target. So to come to conclusions, what can be done? The addendum has entered the design process, so will come out soon. And we are aiming to launch a piloting campaign, not only to validate the tool, so to move from theory to practice, but also to collect as much feedback as possible to release future updates. So we want you, if you're a city representative or you may know of a city that is interested in assessing its current level of cultural heritage resilience and to plan resilience strategies, we strongly encourage you to reach out. There's much more work to do, but we can only do it together. And with that, I thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Alberto. You really have identified a crucial node. It's fundamental that each of us with different expertise and the perspective identifies what are the nodes of this complex net, which links different diverse stakeholders and organizations and institutions. And if some communication, some information, it's not well understood at certain level, then a lot of damage can come because institutions, they work following their own procedures. And if this is not included in their procedures, we know when a disaster strikes, we don't have much time, so things need to be very well prepared. And everybody should be very well informed. And inclusion also, it's a fantastic, it's a crucial keyword, a holistic approach, and also paying attention to intangible heritage, which is really extremely fragile, especially when a community is hit and the population is dispersed and it's displaced. It's really, really difficult to come back and to intervene on intangible cultural heritage in case of a disaster. So I really hope that many participants will join your call to contribute to this important project.
Thank you very much.
Now, thanks again. And now we pass to Yael Kligman. She's the head of a policy department at the Israel National Steering Committee for Earthquake Preparedness. She's in charge of coordinating all aspects of earthquake preparedness in Israel, between government agencies, academic institutions, NGOs, and the private sector. So really at the heart of this language, cross-cutting language issues. This includes a wide range of topics from advancing building codes, risk mapping, raising public awareness, and emergency response planning. Yal, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Amina. Can you see my presentation or not yet? Yeah, great. Okay, so hello everybody. I'm sure you all are familiar with the emergency management cycle, and this cycle is relevant for safekeeping cultural heritage, and this is actually what we're trying to do in Israel, of course, starting with mitigation and then with preparedness. Well, we started with the seismic risk mapping of archaeological sites, which is actually based on a similar risk map of the Italian, of Italy. And this risk map shows the sites which are of greatest danger in the case of earthquake. We also had risk assessment of historical buildings or urban scale historical buildings and monitoring systems of important buildings such as the Tower of David in Jerusalem. and also technical guidelines for planning interventions on historical buildings, which are, of course, for engineers. But a major step forward was made when we went into the PROMETA project with the European Union, which we actually made us come together in Israel to form the Israeli PROMETA Forum, which for the first time brought together people from the cultural heritage community and from the emergency management community. And as was expressed before, it really made us create a new language that was common to everybody at the table to understand each other's needs. So this was a really first step and an important step for us to better be prepared for an earthquake. Sorry. And the challenges that we faced for protecting cultural heritage after an earthquake is, first of all, we didn't have any clear definitions of procedures, areas of responsibility, in who does what in the case of an earthquake. And we also have numerous players. Each is in charge of something else. You have many different ministry, such as the Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Environmental Protection, Ministry of Religious Affairs, also government organizations such as the Antiquities Authority, the Nature and Parks Authority, etc. And you also have many NGOs and privately owned institutions and museums. And how do you bring everybody together? How do you get every person or every organization to be prepared for an earthquake? So this was quite challenging. So the aims that we set when we started to work was, of course, set out preliminary directives and areas of responsibility and work procedures to have better communication among all the organizations, and then create a common language among the cultural heritage community and agencies and the emergency management and response agencies to be better prepared for cultural heritage during an earthquake. And then the third aim was the assimilations of these procedures into organizations and institutes. So the product of PROMETA for us was policy papers, actually 4 policy papers. The first one was a national doctrine, then an emergency plan outline for the major organizations, and a more simple guideline for earthquake preparedness for museums and cultural heritage sites, which is actually based on a very good Australian guide called Be Prepared, very simple to use and to follow. And then also a short guide on how to restore cultural heritage artifacts after an earthquake. And we had a chance to see if what we thought in theory, in paper, can work out in an exercise. And we had the first ever cultural heritage exercise at the Bet Guvrin National Park in Israel, which was really a good opportunity to see if things work out. And we even had a better experience at the international exercise, which took place in Italy as part of the PROMETA project. And here we had a chance to see how the cultural heritage community works together with the emergency management organizations in Italy. So these two are a really good opportunity to see how things work out in practice. Another thing that we did was the Home Front Command has training courses on simple search and rescue. And we had a course especially for the cultural heritage community, for conservators. These are people who know how to use tools and how to use their hands. So giving them this course gave them new tools in case of an earthquakes. Of course, many of the cultural heritage sites are also tourist sites with many people. So in case of an earthquakes, a lot of these people are on site and can give immediate response if necessary. What we came to the conclusion is that during especially the first stage of an earthquake, the emergency response stage, the emergency response organizations will not be available to assist a lot the cultural heritage community. So this means that the cultural heritage community will need to respond to safekeep the sites. So in order to do this, they should prepare ahead of time. And what we're thinking of doing is creating a special search and rescue unit for cultural heritage sites, which will be based on professional volunteers, based on conservators. And what we think that should be done with the emergency response organizations is that they should be educated to approach with care and sensibility each time they have to come and work at cultural heritage sites, so that not to create further damage. The progress that we had since the end of the PROMEDA project was that the Ministry of Culture distributed our guidelines to other museums, and some are already starting to implement these guides. And what we are planning for the future is, first of all, to update and expand our seismic risk map to include not only archaeological sites, but all other historical buildings. As I said, to establish and train a conservation unit for search and rescue, and further implementation of our guidelines. I'd like to give two short examples of how this implementation is going on in Israel. The first example is the Israel Museum in Jerusalem, which has started an emergency preparedness survey in 2020. They have over 500 artifacts from prehistoric archaeological finds to modern contemporary art. So they started prioritizing and taking into considerations the importance of the items, the type of the items, and the way they are stored or displayed. Then evaluating the structural strength of the building or the display units, and then having some risk evaluation and mitigation and response planning. And this whole procedure is done in the museum with interdisciplinary groups of conservators, engineers, and safety and security personnel. And the second example, which I would like to give, is of the Israel Nature and Parks Authority, which first of all started to integrate emergency response planning of cultural sites in its work plans, and this is done gradually for each site. And another thing is that during the COVID pandemic, of course, the parks were closed down, and they used this opportunity to do a lot of conservation work and maintenance work. The park staff plus 500 unemployed people because of COVID were trained to do maintenance work, which we found that even if you do really simple maintenance work, it can improve the seismic resistance of these buildings. And they did a lot of work. So it would have taken them many years to do so much work in regular times. So this is an example how an emergency situation can turn into an opportunity. So this worked out well. This is all from me. I hope we all return to normality soon, and then I invite you to visit the beautiful and unique cultural heritage sites we have in Israel. Thank you.
Thank you. Another rich presentation, and it is interesting. Yes, also this last idea of turn the opportunity of the pandemic into an opportunity to train staff relieved from their everyday duty. and also unemployed people, because this is another important aspect and important area. And I also think it was really interesting to see how international cooperation can help to improve procedures at internal level, and also through the exchange of the good practices, but I also think also the bad practices, to improve and to create new ways of working in the different countries. So this is another value of international cooperation, and the project was a very good and satisfactory experience. We pass now the floor to our last speaker, who is Salah Al-Oudalieh, who is professor of archaeology and cultural heritage at the Institute of Archaeology at Al-Quds University. He had a doctorate in archaeology, and his research interests are Palestine, cultural heritage, antiquities, looting and looters, professional ethics, Roman Byzantine architecture, the ethics of heritage discipline, mosaics, conservation, restoration, and the stratigraphy of early Bronze Age in the Middle East. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this very interesting introduction. Good afternoon for all of you, and I'm happy to take part in this workshop. On behalf of the Palestinian team, I send you warm greetings and wish you all success in this promised workshop. I'm sure that all of us are fully aware that cultural heritage resources worldwide, especially those located in the developing countries, are under real threats. And more than 50% of the global cultural property has been already destroyed, either partially or totally. Promed Hay has directed our attention to a very specific and critical issue, and motivated us to open our eyes widely on all types of cultural heritage during disasters. Therefore, we choose the title of our presentation to be Promed Hay Project, Two Eyes Are Open into the Cultural Heritage. This presentation consists of two main parts. In the first part, we present some information of our participation in the Promed Hay project. And in the second part, we will briefly talk on our activities during the coronavirus pandemic. Over the course of Promed Hay project, we took part in all theoretical and practical events that have been carried out in Italy, Cyprus, and Palestine. Based on our experience, we believe that the lecturers and the training locations have been very carefully selected by the head and the organizers of the project. The core staff of our team in Promed Hay project consisted of 15 persons belonging to 4 different institutions. The main partner of the Palestinian team to this particular project was the Civil Protection Department. From the first beginning of the project, the General Administration of the Civil Protection Department has developed the local team from governmental and non-governmental institutions, and the selection of Al-Quds University as a non-governmental institution was in this project was because it offered academic programs in archaeology, cultural heritage, and conservation and restoration. Plus, it has a research center dedicated to cultural heritage. At a certain point of implementing the project, we have decided to share our new acquired experience with others. Therefore, we have selected 12 students from Al-Quds University who were enrolled in archaeology and cultural heritage programs. This group consisted of both males and females, and they live in 11 governorates of the West Bank. The main objective of forming this group was to engage them in the rescue activities of any potential natural disaster. To to the end of developing their personal experience, we organized theoretical and practical workshops. All members of the core staff gave talks to this group, each on a specific topic. And the practical part was implemented by the Civil Protection Department. This training course lasted for 4 weeks, 3 hours a day, and at the end of this course, the students were given certificates of participation signed by the administration of both the university and the Civil Defense Department. It should be noted that 2 individuals of this group were later included in the core staff, and therefore they participated in the training activities carried out in Italy. We choose the activity charge to implement the assessment activity. 27 persons have participated in this event. The work lasted 8 hours because the church was, at that time when we visited it, was teeming with visitors, pilgrims, and visitors. As a result of this activity, the Palestinian team starts thinking to establish an assessment database for all heritage features through the West Bank. To exercise rescuing material culture in the event of an earthquake, the colleagues in the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities have prepared all logistic material culture in Hisham Palace located in Jericho. This palace was built during the Umayyad period, but destroyed by an earthquake that hit the Levant in 749 AD. With the participation of the participation of the Italian colleagues, all members of the national team have taken part in this event, which lasted for 1 day. At the end of this project, we established a national team for protecting the cultural heritage resources during the disasters, and this team has been approved by the Ministry of the Interior. Plus, we developed SOPs, and a few months later, after the completion of this project, the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities has developed the Palestinian Antiquities Law and established the Supreme Council of Antiquities. And this action from the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities has supported the national team towards safeguarding and protecting the cultural heritage properties. The Palestinian team have gained valuable first-hand information on know-how dealing with cultural heritage during, before, during, and after natural disasters. We are sure that this project could not have succeeded without the generous financial support by the European Union, the wise leadership of the project by the Italian Civil Protection Department, the organizers of the project, the Centro Studio Villa Montesca, the lecturers and the trainers, and the perfect harmony among the team members of all participant countries. Plus, in this project, our participation in this project enhance our thinking and capacity towards safeguarding and protecting the cultural heritage throughout the West Bank. Plus, during this project, we exchanged the best practice information for safeguarding and protection of cultural heritage resources. Plus, it enhanced the cooperation and collaboration among the Palestinian institutions. And finally, as a final word on this project, we are considering it an extremely important project in the field of cultural heritage. The second part is our response to this pandemic, the coronavirus pandemic. We all know that this pandemic is not the first pandemic happened throughout history. We can trace it back to at least 5,000 years ago. And as a result of this pandemic, a lot of cultural sites, tourism sites, theaters, and museums were closed. To mitigate the problems that could be happened or occurred during this disaster, we worked either collectively or individually. I mean, the university worked individually plus collectively with the colleagues from the other three institutions. Over the course of the first year of the coronavirus, we visited hundreds of heritage sites and features, and of course we documented all infringements happened to these sites using all available documentations like written documents, photography, and video. Sometimes we were obliged to revisit the same site more than 2 times or 3 times, especially the major sites. Sorry. This is part of what we found on the ground during our visits to the archaeological sites located in all West Bank governorates. For example, this the picture up to the right is a Roman subterranean rock-cut tomb. It was looted in November 2020, and we visited this spot together with the colleagues from the 4 institutions formed the team to the Proculther, and to the left an action occurred to this tomb by the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities. They re-excavated it, and they took all necessary procedures in order to safeguard it. Plus, we noticed that during our visiting to major and minor sites, we found a lot of holes everywhere in the archaeological sites, especially those are far away from the urban areas. And we saw small and big holes. Even the antiquities routers used bulldozers in order to create, in order to use their metal detectors to find any valuable object. And in the middle below, some of the antiquities gangs went back to the, sorry, do I have 1 minute more?
I'm sorry, no, you're already beyond, but please close if you.
Okay,
You can close.
okay, thank you very much. Okay.
No, okay, sorry, I really interrupted you. I wanted you to close maybe a final words, but okay, it was so interesting.
Thank you very much.
It was so interesting and so rich, and luckily I've seen your slides and I know how much is rich. Again, another testimony of how the international cooperation can help also national administrations to develop the capacity. And I also think it was interesting to that what was underlined, the fact that the pragmatic bridging the theoretical and also the practical approach through exercises and really exchange between people with different capacities, maybe speaking those different languages, really can accelerate this capacity building. So I'm sorry, I have to run fast to give the floor to our last speaker, which was my former colleague, Anne Grady. It's a senior manager with the National Museum of Ireland. and she works at the DG Education and Culture at the European Commission as second and national expert dealing with cultural heritage policy development. She played a key role with the management of European Year of Cultural Heritage, has a real deep interest in cultural heritage and sustainability, and is actually in charge of the coordination of the OMCSC on strengthening cultural heritage resilience for climate change. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Because I think there's a disturbance. Yeah, okay, thank you very much. If I could start on my second slide, please, because if you don't mind, Simone. And thank you to Rodrigo and Simone for helping on the technical side. And thank you to Proculther as well for this opportunity to present this very timely and valuable webinar. I've learned a lot, so thank you very much. So I'm sorry, I'm going to have to say this because we had a little technical hiccup. Yes, next slide. Thank you very much. And a quotation from Ban Ki-moon that's 14 years old. The science is clear, climate change is happening, the impact is clear, and the time is to act now. And that's 14 years ago. So this brings me on to my next slide. I think, Simone, the slides are running through very too quickly. But anyway, this will give you an indication of what the European Commission has been doing in relation to climate change and cultural heritage. And it goes back to the last Commission, Juncker's Commission, and to this present Commission, where we now have the European Green Deal and a commitment, a strive to make Europe the first climate neutral continent. Next slide, please. Okay, so I've given just a very quick outline of some relevant programs dealing with cultural heritage and climate change. And of course, I've included Proculther there as well. And the first one on the left-hand side, Noah's Ark, dates back to 2004 to 2007, and that was actually coordinated by Italy. And again, it was looking at the impact of climate change. And we've had a lot of discussion today about preparedness and being aware and the idea of risk management. And all these programs are kind of feeding into that. The Council Work Plan for Culture, the 6 priorities. Sorry, the next, thank you. 6 priorities. And sustainability in cultural heritage is the one that I'm going to focus on during this very quick and brief, concise presentation. So Simone, the next slide, please. I'm going to talk about OMC groups, open method of coordination. And I was thinking when I was putting together this presentation that maybe the participants, the audience, aren't familiar with an OMC group. So the groups comprise of experts from the different member states. They're generally civil servants, people from academia, policymakers. And there's a decision to take whether or not to invite Switzerland, Norway, and Iceland. And the report, the final report from an OMC group, is not legally binding, but it provides recommendations and suggestions around future policy making. So my next slide. So I'd like to talk about an OMC group that I'm leading under the Council Work Plan for Culture. And the title of this group is, could I have the previous slide? Thank you. Strengthening Cultural Heritage Resilience for Climate Change. And the mandate for this group was agreed under the German presidency, and it focuses on the UN SDG 13, take urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. And of course, there's other relevant SDGs applying to the mandate for the group, as well as the European Green Deal, the Paris Agreement, the Sendai Framework, the IPCC, and what you've already discussed today, the Council conclusions on risk management in the area of cultural heritage, which were agreed under the Croatian presidency last year. We've had 2 meetings so far, and we have a third one planned for next week. There are 25 member states, I've listed them there, plus Norway, Switzerland and Iceland. And this actually gives an indication of how seriously the member states and the 3 countries are taking this whole concept of climate change and its impact on cultural heritage. So my next slide, please. just gives an idea of the objectives and outcomes. We're identifying good practices and innovative measures. We're looking at the current and emerging threats, but we're also looking at what cultural heritage can do to mitigate and combat climate change. So it's very much a two-pronged approach, and this is in line with the European Green Deal's goals. The outcome will lead to awareness raising, capacity building, and will produce recommendations. And the next slide, please. Our works so far, and I've mentioned that we've had 2 meetings, we're working on, and it's nearly finished, a questionnaire for the member states. We're compiling the feedback from the group members, and we're looking at identifying priorities and best practices, and the questionnaire has been in 2 parts, qualitative and quantitative. And the results so far from the questionnaire are on the next slide, please. Of course, the most evident threats to cultural heritage is rain, severe precipitation, heat waves, drought, sea level rise, coastal erosion, strong storms and gradual climate changes. But from the responses so far to this questionnaire, the most predominant has been the impact on the immovable cultural heritage. And while there's been some responses about intangible cultural heritage, our questionnaire has shown so far that there really is a lack of data out there about the impact of climate change on cultural heritage, and especially in the area of intangible cultural heritage. And it's also shown that the members of our group really feel that there's a need for some sort of common arena, a space where they can exchange information, data, knowledge and best practices. So my next slide, please. The next stage, what we're working on, is something we're going to focus at on our next meeting next week, are case studies. And we're looking at good practices. And this is both on the tangible and intangible cultural heritage. And the next slide, please. So as part of the case studies, we're looking at geographic and climate zones. We're looking at the type of case studies we should have. There are all different types out there. Are there research projects, policy development? Is it about training? And how is climate change being taken into account in the case study? Is there an innovative character that we can copy, replicate, learn from on CO2 reduction, energy efficiency, public awareness, learning? And of course, we're looking for in these case studies, the challenges. Who are the stakeholders? Are there any budget lines against the case studies? And what is the incentive for this case study? And my next slide. This gives an indication of the timeline for this particular OMC group. We're now under the Slovenian, the Slovenian presidency, then we're working the Portuguese presidency, the Slovenian the next, the French, and we will finish our report under the Czech presidency. That's the end of next year. So my next slide. And this just gives a brief outline of other information. There's 2 other OMC groups taking place. One is nearly finished, and that's on high quality architecture and the built environment for everyone. The other OMC group that's running concurrently, along with the one I'm leading, is looking at the cultural dimension of sustainable development. I've also given there the links to the ICOMOS updated quality principles for the EU funded interventions and with the impact on cultural heritage. I've given the link for the new European Bauhaus, because this does have major implications as well for cultural heritage in relation to investment and where it's going to go. And I've provided the link to the European Cultural Heritage Green Paper that was prepared by Europa Nostra in cooperation with ICOMOS, the Climate Change Network, and the European Heritage Alliance. So I hope I was concise enough for you, Aminia, because I know you're running out of time. What I will say is I will share my presentation, because there's a lot of information there, and there are a number of links which I think people can go and seek further information. Thank you, Aminia.
Thanks. Precious presentation indeed. Excellent. Again, it showed how cultural cooperation at European level, it's supporting developing the capacity within the national administrations especially in helping them to mainstream cultural consideration in different schemes, in different policy areas. And it's not very easy because usually these do not fall into the competence of the ministries of culture. So they don't even know how to do it. So we are talking about the Sendai framework, the Green Deal, the Paris Agreement. We need tools. We need tools to enable professionals working in national administration to make this important advance in this direction. So I will just close the session now. We still have the 10 minutes allocated for the break. So don't worry, you will have this 10-minute break. And I will just close reminding the two questions that were made at the very beginning, which I like very much, how we can improve continuously those processes. I think the two questions that drive improvement are, can it done better and can it done simpler? And I will add another question, who else should be on board to make it better and simpler? Thanks for everyone, and see you at the end of this day for the conclusions.
Please come back at 4:10. Please come back. dear colleagues, we know that many presentations, but we felt it was important to have this all those presentations touching different aspects and different good practices that have been developed worldwide. Now, it's my pleasure to welcome as a facilitator for the next session, Mr. Gumersindo Bueno Benito of the Junta of Castilla y León from Spain, that will guide the discussion on the second part of the session, existing capacities at European and international level. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to coordinate this nice second part of this international workshop. I would like to give my congratulations to the Proculther colleagues and partners and to the European Civil Protection, because these topics are very interesting here in Castilla y León. We are so aware about the risk that our cultural heritage is facing, and so we are pleased to participate in this project. So, as we have a tight schedule and 5 interesting speeches and 5 very, very important speakers, now I'm going to start with the introduction of these speakers. And so I remember that we have 10 minutes to concentrate all ideas in 10 minutes. So first of all, I would like to welcome to Esmeralda Pauperio. She is a senior civil engineer associated with the University of Porto in the University of Engineering of Porto, the Faculty of Engineering of Porto, and she has a great experience in the analysis of all the structures, diagnosis, inspection. She has a big and important experience. So she's a member of ICOMOS and ICROP, so she has a very important resume and curriculum. So please, Esmeralda, it's your turn.
Thanks, Gumersindo. Good afternoon to all. I'm sharing my screen. Can you see?
Yes.
Yeah. So, first of all, what is effectively risk? We can say that risk is uncertainty about severity of consequences of an activity with respect to something that humans value. Risk is a function of the hazard and the vulnerability. Hazard is likelihood of a damage, a physical event, and vulnerability represents the weakness of something that is at risk. Concerns about the reduction risk in cultural heritage have been highlighted by national and international institutions, and international initiatives for disaster risk reduction, like Sendai Framework, includes the protection of cultural heritage in their objectives. To protect cultural heritage, it is important to identify the hazards that could be a threat in order to contain, reduce, and, if possible, eliminate their effects. The risk management cycle is a framework representing the actions that need to be taken in order to reduce risks. Regarding the preparedness actions, we will focus on the emergency measures and in emergency training. Emergency measures involves the development of emergency preparedness measures and process to enhance the capacity to respond and to recover from a disaster, and emergency training involves the regular implementation of training activities addressing the emergency preparedness measures that were planned in the previous stage. The risk management cycle needs to be regularly implemented to ensure an up-to-date risk assessment information and an adequate level of emergency preparedness. Furthermore, it also becomes clear that the outputs of stage that define risk mitigation actions and emergency measures correspond to the link between the risk management cycle and disaster management cycle that is only activated by the occurrence of disaster events. Risk reduction will depend on the type of the hazards under analysis. Natural, made man accidental, or made man intentional. Natural hazards cannot be reduced. We can only act on vulnerability side. The man-made intentional hazards can be reduced or eliminated by deterrence and precaution measures, and the man-made accidental hazard can be partially reduced by prevention measures, which include training. Still, whatever the hazard source, emergency response training is always needed to mitigate the impacts. Numerous disasters in the past highlight the fundamental role of the preparedness in DRR and DRM. The readiness of specialized teams prepared to act in emergency situations is paramount to reduce the impact of disasters. However, unlike sectors that only require civil protection entities and emergency response officials to be ready to act in case of an emergency, other stakeholders need to be involved when dealing with cultural heritage. When addressing preparedness for cultural heritage, two components need to be analyzed: movable and immovable heritage. In addition, issues related with material, logistic, and availability, getting emergency stabilizations material to the most needed locales quickly, for example, are fundamental in mitigation secondary risks. Institutions responsible for managing movable heritage must have adequate emergency plans with procedures for its safeguard in situ or for its evacuation. The training of emergency response officials to ensure adequate behavior during an evacuation should be part of their normal training. For movable heritage, preparedness needs to cover two aspects: priority list to evacuate movable heritage if necessary, and training of emergency response officials to ensure adequate handling, conservation and care during the evacuation. While there have been several initiatives across the world to address the latter, the former is still challenging. One of the challenges is often related with difficulty of heritage curators to define pre-disaster priority lists to evacuate movable heritage. If a disaster occurs and such lists are not available, decisions about rescue priorities to determine which items to save and which to sacrifice might have to be made fast, possibly in a chaotic environment, which might lead to mistake. Defining priority lists prior to the occurrence of a disaster allows the clear thinking and adequate planning to minimize the consequences. ICFIOP developed the risk training actions in cooperation with Porto Firefighters Brigade for evacuation of movable heritage from museums in case of fire. The training action targets both museum directors and firefighters. In case of museum directors, the objective was to make the directors aware of the risk of fire in their institution, to give them an understanding of the difficulties of firefighters in fighting a fire in the museum and rescuing collections, and to encourage cooperation to the museums with civil protection instituted in their area. In addition to classroom section, the training ended with the practical collection rescue sessions. Museum directors had to put on the firefighter breathing apparatus, learn how to move in a dark space, and enter a space furnished like a museum with real fire simulation to rescue priority collection items identified in a sheet that was handed to them. The firefighter training was organized also with support of Porto Fight Fire Brigade, the National School of Firefighters, and the Fundación Fuego from Spain. In addition to the classroom sections where firefighters were trained in handling of movable heritage with conservators and restorers, the firefighting training and with a fire drill in a museum where collections were evacuated. Civil protection and evacuation protocols defined in the training were activated. Among others, to cite the pocket flyer with topics and tips on how to act in an emergency involving cultural heritage was also developed. The topics covered by the pocket flyer were health and safety, moving, protecting and caring for collection, rescue and in situ protection, prepare workspace, and packing and tips for acting, moving, and treatment damage collections.
2 minutes, please.
Meanwhile, new challenges have arisen faced to the global pandemic crisis. Facing emergency in the emergency makes an adequate emergency response in cultural heritage more difficult. By the need to ensure social distance, the effective implementation of urgent measures such as emergency stabilization of collection rescue to a safe zone is effective. For example, in the city of Zagreb, a number of museums suffered damage for their building and collection following the earthquake during pandemic, and rescue was delayed. Also in August 2020, during pandemic and after Beirut's explosion, ICROM and Directorate General of Antiquities of Lebanon organized a remote workshop First Step to Build Heritage, in which ICFEUP participated to addressing mostly aspects related to structural safety of buildings. Remotely, the main challenge was to discuss concepts and intervention that might be implemented to the repair historic construction of Beirut. As there was no on-site inspection, it was not possible for the experts to know in detail the different levels of damage case by case, so the discussed concepts and interventions will require some adaptation in the field. Also, logical issues such as availability of emergency supplies, availability of equipment, as well as human and economic research were not fully known. As conclusion, just highlight last point that the global pandemic crisis makes an adequate emergency response to cultural heritage more difficult, but training also. This means that the emergency training programs will need to be developed considering the possibility of remote training using perhaps virtual reality platforms. Thank you, and stay with the view of Porto City.
Time shaving and be so concrete. So next speaker is going to talk about recent experiences in the protection of heritage assets during the emergencies in Mexico, and he is David Torres, who is going to talk about that and his vast experience in the earthquakes in Mexico. He is a Master in Science in Risk, Disaster and Resilience from the University College of London, and he's a Bachelor in Restoration of Cultural Property. So please, David, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm just starting to sharing my screen. This one. Can you see my screen now?
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you very much, first of all, for the organizers to include us in this European group, just to share our experiences. And first of all, I would like to just go through all the most common hazards affecting heritage in the last years in Mexico. First of all, we have earthquakes and ground motions, particularly due to volcanic activity. As you should know or must know, Mexico is a very high seismic region, most of the country. Then we have fire, particularly during drought season that we just ended, and this is also climate change related, since the dry season has been longer than expected. Then we have hydrometeorological hazards related to superficial water overflows, for example, rains or levees. We have some heavy rainfall and cloudbursts. We also have the yearly season of hurricanes and tropical storms, and every 3-4 years we have heavier hailstorms affecting heritage. And of course, we have the human-induced hazards, which are related to damages during social demonstrations and vandalism, and also very important in Mexico, looting and trafficking of cultural heritage, particularly in the Maya region. Then, in all these cases, the response from the National Institute of Anthropology and History has been to organize a reconnaissance team specialized to make this damage assessment. But the interesting thing here is that it's not a unique or one already formed team. It's depending on the type of heritage and the type of damage. It's the organization of this team, which also conducts some emergency actions if any is needed. Then we have it starts the recovery, the financial recovery from the institutional insurance policy that we have, and finally the restoration of damages in collaboration with private sector actors. The most recent experiences that I would like to highlight are these ones that I will go through. First of all, the fire in the temple of Santa Veracruz in the historical part of Mexico City, which is interesting since this building is a 16th century building that was also damaged during the 2017 earthquake, and it was closed to the public, but it seems that it was illegally used by homeless people, which probably started the fire. The bell tower and the cores was heavily damaged. Then we have another fire in Michoacán, in the southwest part of Mexico, that completely burned the roof and all the decoration inside of this church, this 17th century church. Even though the community tried to stop the fire, it was not successful. Then we have a few months ago, we had a heavy hailstorm in Mexico City, which accumulated ice on this roofing in the archaeological site of Templo Mayor in the historical part of Mexico City, which collapsed on top of archaeological remains, as you can see in this picture. And here, in the picture on the left, you can see how the roofing collapsed, and in the picture of the right, you can see how it damaged the remains, including wall paintings and some structures. And this particular case is interesting because in the picture of the left, you can see that in the circles, two different damages. The first one is due to a social demonstration that received some graffiti on the monument. And the picture and the circle of the right, you can see the close-up to these Jaguar sculptures, metal sculptures that were damaged in a second event due to vandalism, just for the sake of it. And of course, all the damage is due to the 2017 earthquakes during, particularly in the southeast part of Mexico, that damaged more than 2,000 historical buildings and more than 15,000 objects. We had these damages over buildings, archaeological sites, especially bell towers, domes, but also on objects, as you can see in these pictures, altarpieces, sculptures, etc. The ongoing project at the institutional level, responding to these emergencies, is to develop a national program, particularly for movable cultural heritage. This is not a program that is from the overall institutional scope. It's just for movable heritage at this moment, and it's been developed over a 4-level policy. The first one is about the first level is the national program, because we learned that we don't have a general policy or framework to work on. Then we're developing this at the first stage. Then the second level will be the roadmap for operability and to provide methodological tools for the lower levels to implement these national policies into a third level, which is regional strategies. So the third level tries to bridge the national policies to regional needs and reality. And the fourth level is for local sites or museums or temples or any kind of cultural sites to build local emergency plans with specific actions. So the lessons that we have learned is that we need to work on the operability of the programs, because we saw that some of the programs that we have they are in the bureaucratic stage, but they don't go through the implementation or operability to the field. So in fact, these programs are not working correctly. And this is probably also because we have a very centralized system in the cultural heritage management in Mexico. So we need to build local capacities instead of centralized capacities, because we don't have, of course, enough personnel, staff, resources to work from central offices. So we need to work in that local capacities. And finally, to include intangible heritage in this policy, because it's only about, so far it's only about the tangible aspects of heritage, but it doesn't include in any way the intangible aspects of heritage. So that would be all. Thank you.
We cannot hear you.
Sorry. Thank you, David. The next speaker is Corinne Wegener. She is the director of the Smithsonian Cultural Rescue Initiative from the Smithsonian Institution, and she has very important experience in different programs of rescue and preservation of cultural heritage in different countries. So she also has been the founder of the U.S. Committee of the Virus Shield. So she's going to talk about the introduction to the United States Heritage Emergency National Task Force. Please, Corinne, you're fine.
Thank you very much, and thanks to Proculther for inviting me here today. I want to talk a little bit, not so much about our international work that we do with the Cultural Rescue Initiative, but about the U.S. and our framework for dealing with disasters that impact cultural heritage. And then a small portion of that is our Heritage Emergency National Task Force. I should open by saying, David mentioned that in Mexico, the structure is very centralized. In the US, it's very decentralized. And the actual responsibility for disaster response falls to the state governments. And if the scope of and scale of the disaster and the damage and the dollar amount of the damage exceeds what the governor of that state thinks the state can handle, then they request a federal government disaster declaration, and then FEMA and other governmental organizations get involved. So the Heritage Emergency National Task Force is actually a partnership of a lot of organizations, but it's co-chaired by the Office of Environmental Planning and Historic Preservation at FEMA, our Federal Emergency Management Administration. And the primary person who is the administrator for the HENTF for the FEMA side, is Lori Foley, my colleague, my good colleague. And on the Smithsonian side, the Cultural Rescue Initiative is the co-chair, and that's my responsibility as director of the Smithsonian Cultural Rescue Initiative. And together we administer this task force. It started in 1995, and Smithsonian was one of the many cultural organizations involved in getting it started. It's a partnership of now 60 national service organizations and federal agencies, co-sponsored by the two organizations, FEMA and the Smithsonian. And we have a very simple mission to protect cultural heritage in our states, tribes, territories, and local communities from the damaging effects of natural disasters and other emergencies. In the next go around, I'm going to encourage that we just talk about disasters, because as we all know, disasters are not natural. They are about vulnerabilities. So here's a picture of all the different organizations that are involved. And I know you can't read all this as quickly as you'd have to, but the organizations in red are federal government or federally associated organizations. And the ones in black are actually the private nonprofit organizations and professional membership organizations. And you'll see, you know, the National Association of Tribal Historic Preservation Officers. You'll see the Regional Alliances for Preservation, the Society of Architectural Historians, etc. And of course, in the federal, you'll see Library of Congress, the National Archives, the Smithsonian, and the Institute for Museum and Library Services. So that gives you an idea of everyone who comes together to form the HENTF. As I mentioned, we do have a national disaster framework, and we have a response framework and a recovery framework. And so where you sit depends on, and your responsibilities as an organization depend on what phase of the disaster we're in. So for response, for Emergency Support Function 11, that's actually led by the Department of Agriculture, and it includes agriculture and natural resources. And culture often falls within that environmental and natural resources area. And so the primaries are Department of Agriculture and Department of the Interior. And you can see with the red mark all the way down under all these other support agencies that then you start to get into groups and coalitions like the Heritage Emergency National Task Force. And so you see where we sit there. And then in recovery is really where the HENTF becomes more involved as organizations start to try to find out what federal government resources are available to them. The HENTF starts to convene conference calls amongst all our different members and organizations, and put out information about what the needs are and try to meet those needs as best we can under the leadership of our colleagues at the Department of Interior. So our objectives for the HENTF, you see here, education and training, technical assistance and guidance, coordinating the collection and sharing of incident-specific information, increasing the incorporation of cultural and historic resources into the disaster risk planning, because we find that culture often gets left behind. I think we've heard that a few times today. And then finally, to provide information and guidance to the public about how to save their own family belongings and treasures. So I'm going to stick, because of the time, to just a couple of an example under each one of those headings. And specifically, like I said, 60 organizations are involved, but I'm going to specifically talk about a few things that the Smithsonian has been involved with as our contribution to protecting the U.S. heritage as part of the HENTF. So under education and response, together with our colleagues at FEMA and the whole HENTF, we developed a heritage emergency and response training that runs at least once annually, although we did not hold the HEART training last year, but we do intend to this December. And it's usually 25 participants from across the U.S., and they receive training about the first aid methodology that's developed by ECROM, that we worked with ECROM on developing over the years. And they get real scenarios. They do an actual evacuation with fake objects, but a real evacuation. And they get training from colleagues with expertise from across the Smithsonian. We also do what we call hard on the road. Usually that happens in post-disaster. The slide you saw at the beginning of my presentation showing people doing an evacuation, that was a heart on the road that we did in Puerto Rico after Hurricanes Maria and Irma. And then we try to keep the network together. As we add a new class every year, we have activities, webinars, workshops where they continue to work as a network and stay in touch. And that's given us a really strong network across the US. For the providing technical assistance, we, in the HENTAF, especially those that are federal organizations, we provide experts to actually go deploy on mission assignments when a need is identified, and usually the requesting organization is the Department of the Interior. And you see here one of my Smithsonian colleagues who's a conservator who was I think in Puerto Rico in this photo, providing information about mold mitigation post-hurricane. And so we do a number of those kind of deployments, along with other colleagues from the National Archives and Records Administration, Library of Congress, National Park Service, and others. As I said, one of our goals is to coordinate and collect information about what's happening in the disaster. An example, Lori Foley will convene a call. She convened a call after the Iowa derecho, the strong wind that damaged many, many counties across Iowa. And so she had a number of conference calls to learn more about what's going on with the libraries and, talking to the Iowa Libraries Association, etc. So we try to get that information out there as soon as it happens. We also, as I mentioned, are trying to incorporate cultural heritage into all disaster risk management so that it doesn't get left out. Or as ECROM would say, culture cannot wait. We want it to be part of the upfront planning. And so we spend a lot of time presenting at workshops, trying to make sure cultural heritage is part of disaster planning exercises, working with first responder and professional emergency manager organizations, professional membership organizations, and then also to promote the assistance for heritage during disaster response and recovery. If they're not thinking about it already, we're there advocating for our colleagues who need help. Providing information and guidance to the public, we have a program called Saving Your Family Treasures, where we send, in the past, we've sent Smithsonian staff and even staff from other federal organizations to disaster recovery centers after a major disaster to provide demonstrations for the public on how to save their own family treasures, how to dry wet books and papers, how to save damaged photographs, things like that. And we also have held them at museums and libraries and community centers. And we have a number of flyers and informational posters that are aimed at the public that our FEMA colleagues put out for distribution in post-disaster situations. If you're interested in learning more about the HENTAF and the Cultural Rescue Initiative itself, I put our website there, theculturalrescue.si.edu, and you can see some of those products that we've developed and see a little bit more about our activities.
Thank you,
And with
Corinne.
that, I'll close.
Thank you, Corinne, for being just in time. Thank you. And next contribution comes from Argentina, and Florencia here is going to talk about disaster risk reduction. And she answered, are we prepared? She's Senior Advisor at National Directorate of Heritage and Sites of the Ministry of Culture. She has a big and long experience as conservator. She has been working for different institutions, private and public, and she also is member of the ICROM. Please, Florencia, this is your time.
Hi, thanks so much for this opportunity to take part in this workshop. I'll try to be very quick. Okay, so during October 2020, due to, let's see, is the screen okay?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. So during October 2020, due to the COVID situation, our fourth national meeting on contemporary art documentation and conservation was organized by the National Directorate of Heritage and Sites, Ministry of Culture of Argentina, with the cooperation of Programa Cerca and the Embassy of Spain in Argentina. Several online workshops were proposed as well as side activities, and one of them was a workshop on risk management for contemporary art collections. This workshop was delivered by José Luis Pedersoli, an expert from ICROM, and we had 60 conservators and collection managers who attended this workshop. This activity arose a lot of interest among the conservation community. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to continue. So my slide. Okay, so due to that success, a similar workshop was organized this year in April, together, between the National Directorate of Heritage and Sites, the Oficina UNESCO Montevideo, and ICROM. Again, our friend and colleague José Luis Pedersoli was a lecturer, and he discussed with 65 conservators from Argentina, Uruguay, and Paraguay that were the countries invited to this event. And what I must reflect on this is we had more than 300 application forms, and many of these colleagues were asking for general risk management training. There's a great need of training on risk management. And I must say that this event and José Luis' approach is intended to speak about all kinds of processes and events that provoke a negative impact and loss of value for cultural heritage. So, in Argentina, according to the National System for Integrated Risk Management, our territory is divided into 5 geographical regions according to proximity and shared specific associated risks. For instance, in the central region, we have a potential risk of floods, and there have been several occurrences in the last years. So that's like the main problem in that area, together with probable fires when it's drought climates. And then we have also some areas where the major risk has to do with seismic events and earthquakes. Following the Sendai framework guidelines, we understand that there's a need to implement and optimize disaster risk reduction and response. And I want to comment, during 2020, I had the chance to attend an online course on cultural heritage risk management and emergencies organized by the Spanish Cultural Heritage Institute. And this course helps to envision how risk management, emergency preparedness, and response can be coordinated and include in this scheme the cultural heritage actors. So this is so brief. I just want to say, are we prepared? In Argentina, we have these separate words, the civil security response and the cultural heritage protection plan. So as you see, there are lots of aspects in which we can contribute from the cultural heritage sector, but we still need to unite efforts with the civil security response and all the other actors. I just want to add, there's a lot of work ahead. We need to develop plenty of tools, and parallel to this, we need to raise awareness and help include the cultural heritage within the entire disaster preparedness and response system. So I will just finish saying thank you for this great opportunity to learn from other countries' experiences and to see how they have been facing these challenges with endurance and with creativity and with scenarios where generally there is a limited budget to address all the needs. And let me comment as a final remark, it is an honor to see Villa Montesca as part of this event, given the extraordinary contributions Maria Montessori introduced in childhood education. And I will just end with a quote by her that says, "Imagination does not become great until human beings, given the courage and strength, use it to create." So thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much, Florencia. So the last contribution comes from Scotland. Lynn Wilson, she is going to talk about digital documentation to support the protection of cultural heritage at risk of disaster. Case studies from Scotland. She is working in the historic environment in Scotland that the body establishes to investigate and care for the historic environment. She is a PhD in archaeology science and head of the program of technical research and science at Historical Environment of Scotland. So please, Lynn, you have 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to present. Can you just confirm that you can see my screen?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so rather than a policy overview, I'm going to give you 2 case studies on how we use digital technologies to support the protection of cultural heritage at risk in Scotland. Historic Environment Scotland is the lead public body for Scotland's historic environment. It's our vision that the historic environment makes a real difference to people's lives, to our health, our economy, our culture, and to our environment. We look after a very diverse portfolio of properties across Scotland. We also advise and support partners in the UK and internationally, as well as having statutory responsibilities. Like many other countries around the world, Scotland has declared a climate emergency. Our activities, conservation efforts, and research are aligned to key areas outlined in our Climate Action Plan, which you can see on screen here. But my presentation today will talk about digital technologies and digital documentation. And what is this? We classify it as a scientific approach to digitally record objects, sites, structures, and entire landscapes in their present condition, usually in 3D. And that creates a 3D point cloud, like you can see in the animation here. This lets us generate potentially huge multi-layered datasets which have many uses and applications. And this is an area that we have been involved in and active in since 2001, and it's at the heart of our digital activities within HES. We use a combination of rapid, non-contact, non-destructive technologies, including laser scanning, which is what you can see in the image here, structured light scanning, and structure from motion photogrammetry, both from the ground and from UAV aircraft. The technologies we use are underpinned by robust scientific and best practice approaches. The first case study I want to talk to you about is the use of digital technologies to support the protection of Skara Brae World Heritage Site in Orkney, which is an island to the north of Scotland. Skara Brae is part of the Heart of Neolithic Orkney World Heritage Site. It's a 5,000-year-old Neolithic settlement and is very well preserved, but is very close to the coastline, as you can see in this aerial image. And it is very much at risk of coastal erosion and increasing storminess caused by climate change. We are seeing increased erosion of the soft dune coastline immediately adjacent to the protective seawall around the site. In 2019, a climate risk assessment was undertaken at Skara Brae, and this was the first of its kind to apply a climate vulnerability index for a cultural World Heritage site. The outcome of this cultural vulnerability assessment informs our management plan for the World Heritage site and comes with recommendations including survey and documentation. So as part of that, and earlier, we have been laser scanning and digitally documenting the coastline here since 2010. And we do this now every 2 years. And what that allows us to do is use the data from 2010 as our baseline and to then quantitatively compare subsequent eras of laser scanning to give us a quantification of how much change we see at the site here. And this is a comparison you can see here between 2010 and 2018, with the purple areas at the coast showing where we have loss, and red areas showing that we actually have a lot of accretion of material on the site as well. This allows us to track the patterns of erosion and accretion and to help visualize the complex and dynamic processes at work here. We can overlay our 3D models onto topographic and aerial imagery to help us view and monitor and quantify these changes. We share this information with partners at Dynamic Coast, which is a Scottish Government project to assess the overall change in Scotland's coastlines. This analysis allows us to make evidence-based decisions to support the management and conservation of this vitally important World Heritage Site. The second case study I want to show you very briefly is the Glasgow School of Art Mackintosh building, which some of you may be aware of. And this is how we use digital technologies in a disaster response situation. This is the famous Glasgow School of Art Mackintosh building, and the jewel in its crown was the library within, so a very important architectural landscape. Very sadly, there was a fire in 2014, and on the 23rd of May, the fire took hold. 1 day later, this was the result of the library, which I showed you in the previous slide. This one day after the fire, we were able to access the site using our laser scanners under the watchful eye of the fire service to laser scan and digitally record as much as possible of the structure and what was left. So we were able to generate a very accurate picture in 3D of how the building looked immediately after the fire. the building control specialists were particularly concerned about the uppermost part of the gable, the triangle that you can see here, and thought there had been significant movement in this section and wanted to bring down the whole of this facade. Luckily, there was some previous data from before the fire undertaken by students as part of a Glasgow School of Art project. So similar to the work we do with Skara Brae, we were able to undertake a quantitative comparison of before the fire and after the fire to assess movement in this gable and to facilitate the decision-making process. We were able to look at this on a stone-by-stone basis. The boxes you can see in red here indicate that there has been movement over 2 centimetres in the stonework. So the decision was made to remove this uppermost gable rather than the whole facade. So our information based on this digital technology preserved a whole amount of this facade. What we did was to take the 3D data and translate that into architectural drawings and number the individual stones here. Our stonemason then transferred these numbers onto the individual stones, and they were removed one by one and safely stored for the conservation process when they would then be replaced within the building. And this was the slide I showed at the start, and this was one of the casts within the art school which was lost in the fire. And just to highlight that this data can also be used to generate a community response and to engage the communities who have experienced the loss of this heritage. And this was part of an art exhibition and a discussion point for the community to come together to building suffered a second fire just as the restoration was about to be completed in 2018. So we very much hope that this building will once again rise from the ashes. So digital technologies can support the protection of cultural heritage at risk in several ways. It generates an accurate baseline of 3D data and allows us to use 4D or time to record again and monitor heritage at risk for disaster preparedness. It generates a collaborative digital resource to help us conserve and manage our heritage assets, and it gives us a route to improve engagement and accessibility. This valuable range of digital assets can be reused in many ways, and it helps to safeguard our global heritage at risk and be of use in a disaster response situation. In Scotland, it's our goal to be as prepared as possible by assembling an accurate 3D dataset for all of the monuments and sites in our portfolio, including places like Edinburgh Castle that you can see in this image, to have this information at hand, if needed, to support our response both to the climate emergency and to disaster situations. Thank you for your attention, and if this is of interest to you, we have some free information that you're welcome to download. I'm happy to talk to anyone about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. So I suppose there are a lot of questions for the speakers, but we have not a lot of time at this afternoon. So I think it's better to prepare the questions and to offer these questions and try to answer tomorrow. Giovanni, please.
Thank you very much, Gumesindo. It was really an interesting afternoon for Italy, at least. I know that for some of you, it's not afternoon, and we thank you very much for the efforts of being connected with us, also in one difficult, in a period of the day which maybe is not ideal. Anyway, Now, I would like to, we are going to close the session, and before doing that, I would like to ask the two moderators if they, what are the key findings they would like to stress of their session, so that we can try to draw also, if incomplete, but some lessons already that we will try to incorporate in our methodology. For doing that, I would like to pass the floor to Herminia, first of all, for a few minutes, few reflection on the session she moderated. Over to you, Herminia.
Thank you very much. It was a really rich, interesting sessions. It's difficult to summarize briefly, but what I noted down a few suggestions pointing at the section of the methodological document that you're developing. So regarding the institutional framework, well, it was really clear that international cooperation and the sharing of experience are essential to build the capacity to react promptly in case of future events, dramatic events. When we face a new and unexpected event, we can really learn from each other to act more strategically. This is an experience that can be also put at disposal of the heritage international community, and this, I think, is the example of the Kulturgruppretter, which builds on the international field expertise of the International Division of the Federal Agency for the Technical Relief to operational deploy a team of experts and equipment on site immediately after a disaster occurs and worldwide. Israel also reported the benefits of the participation in the Promede project, which provided 5 countries with the first-hand information and skills on how to deal with the cultural heritage before, during, and after the occurrence of any kind of disaster. She also stressed that the benefits are long-lasting, contributing to the safeguarding of cultural heritage sites from earthquakes and other disasters internally in the country, developing operational procedures, but then also disseminating this and the guidelines prepared for preparedness of museums and cultural heritage sites. So making the operators more aware of these important tools. The Palestinian speaker also presented, stressed as well, that the project created a solid foundation for increasing the capacity in the countries to safeguard and protect the cultural heritage of the country, enhancing thinking, knowledge, and capacity to better safeguard and protect cultural heritage. It also had an impact on internal governance, improving cooperation and collaboration among the institutions, the Palestinian institutions, and the establishing of a national team for protecting the cultural heritage during disasters. Another important contribution is expected from the working group of experts working in the framework of the European Union on strengthening cultural heritage resilience for climate change, presented by Angredi. They're exchanging good practices and innovative measures for safeguarding cultural heritage in relation to climate change. It's also fundamental to keep in mind internal and regulatory and an operational framework. The Sendai framework for disaster risk management was mentioned several times, the Paris Agreement, and engage the diversity of actors with their different roles, often connected with the implementation of those frameworks. And this can be problematic. In some cases, like Israeli pointed out, there are many, and so these can impede management and an optimum response. In other cases, win-win solutions. So the different stakeholders also bring different knowledge, like in the German example, where different agencies join forces and develop an interesting and important tool. It's what's stressed that it's important to strengthen the cultural heritage governance. And also this means working to create a common language. This was said several times among all conservation agencies, experts, and different people involved. One example is the Cultural Heritage Addendum, which uses simple and understandable language to integrate cultural heritage in the disasters resilience scorecards for cities. The need for strategic methodological and operational inputs for the inclusion of cultural heritage in disaster risk management planning processes was also underlined. And this also needs to develop the capacity within the national administration to help them to mainstream cultural consideration in the diverse schemes which usually do not fall into the competences of the Ministry of Culture. And again, the example of the MC working group it's a good example. Language was stressed several times. The Croatian speaker even described their job as a translator. Also a translator to better understand the needs of their colleagues, and important to get acquainted with different colleagues. Coordination of structure, the existence of a coordinated structure. Some examples came out. For instance, the Civil Protection Directorate in Croatia. And also, well, the Culture Gutretter, again, it's another interesting coordination strategy. Several, of course, presented good examples of a tool, data management systems, guidelines, equipment, modular, scalable, so many adjectives that should be taken into consideration when drafting and designing those tools. And finally, the projects do not stop with an emergency. They need to develop long-term capacity and invest in training and exercises. Several presenters underlined the importance of training to build capacity to improve the safeguard of cultural heritage at risk of disasters. This means to train different experts in many areas sometimes, and also both Israel and the Palestinian presenters recall the importance of organizing workshops to gain both theoretical and practical experience. And finally, I think it was also interesting, we are coming out, hopefully, from a pandemic, to use all opportunities to train staff. In this case, this was done. And to join all the forces, as it was said, we should never let awareness come the hard way.
Thank you very much, Herminia, for the comprehensive feedback from your session. Now I would like to ask Gumersindo to share with us his main feedback from the session he moderated. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Giovanni. I think we can agree in 2 points. First of all, that in the case of disaster, human life is the first thing that we must focus on and protect. And second, that we agree, I'm sure that we agree, is that cultural heritage is important for the continuing life for the people and continue the societies being the same after a crisis, after an event, damage event. And so cultural heritage must be introduced into the disaster risk reduction and the disaster risk management. That is clear. We need to convince the other parts of the public administration, that private society. And that's the point situation is that in this time we are our new challenges are increasing the risk from pandemic, social protest that use heritage as a vehicle of the protest. Also, the climate change is a global issue that is putting in risk all the cultural heritage, or at least the main important points. For that reason, is necessary the institutional collaboration in various fields and actors. Training has been mentioned a lot of times. We need to be prepared for these hazards. So we can use technology and research. We can reintegrate the investigation, the research in our activities in order to protect the cultural heritage. All the contributions have been very interesting. I would like to say that Esmeralda Poperio has been asking about the preparedness of our society. That is clear. We need to be prepared. We cannot act after the hazard. David Torres has told about interesting experiences in Mexico. That is a country with a huge amount of cultural heritage, but also that is suffering a lot of natural hazards and social risks also in case of what we have talked about protest and civil movements. Korean beginners have talked about interesting experience in cooperation between public and private sector. That is very important to test in our countries. This collaboration between entities that are in the private sector collaborating in the protection of cultural heritage. Florencia here has talked about cooperation between institutions, that it is not valuable if we have a lot of documents, if we have a lot of plans, but if we don't have a clear and daily cooperation between institutions. And Linguism has talked about how ICTs can help us to protect and to have data in order to draw our plans. So I think that all the contributions have been very interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gumersindo, for your very clear feedback of the session you moderated. And from my personal point of view, but I think I can speak on behalf of all my colleagues, I can say that we have listened to very interesting and various experiences from all the panelists. And I believe I took a lot of notes of elements that we will try to incorporate in on the methodology we are currently developing. For this reason, that's the reason also why we decided to split our workshop in 2 days, having 1 day in between, so that we will have time to work a bit more on the document before going into the debate again on Wednesday at 9 o'clock Italian time. And I'm really sorry for some of you, but we would be extremely pleased if you can also participate in our workshop on Wednesday. In this workshop in Wednesday, we will present the key features of the methodology we have identified at European level, and we will open the floor for discussion because we want to test them. We want to challenge them also listening to experts like you are. We do not believe to know everything. We think that we can learn from you, and we want just to give a small contribution for the safeguard of cultural heritage at risk of disaster. This is, as I said at the beginning, is the pragmatic approach of disaster managers. We see a problem, we try to find solutions. And we put at the disposal of all communities that are interested on this topic what we have done at our level in our countries. And I think that the approach was well understood by all participants today. I don't want to speak more because it was a long day. I would like to thank you, all of you, for your participation, especially the speakers who are speaking to us from a different continent. It was extremely interesting to listen, and I really hope that we will have the chance to have other discussion starting from Wednesday this week at 9 a.m. Italian time. I know that it's not ideal for people from different continents, but we could not do differently. And as I said before, feel free. I encourage you to make comments or questions in written, and we will try to get back to you, to all of you that will comment at this workshop. I would like also especially to pay to thank again also Gumersindo and Herminia for their support in also chairing the sessions of this afternoon. And having said that, I wish you a wonderful evening for all of you, and I look forward to see you on Wednesday. Bye-bye.
Bye. Good afternoon.
Last but not least, sorry, I would like also to thank my colleagues who helped me who help us to be with you today: Tiziana, Simone, Gabriella, Irene, and Veronica, and all the other colleagues.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Goodbye. Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao. Bye, bye.
Hello.